I am live. YouTube is going to be treated to story time. I don't want to forget. So it's been 24 hours. I'm a bit tired today because I didn't sleep for reasons that you will hear shortly. Unfortunately, I'm not going to talk about this for very long. Unfortunately, the 24 hours started with Wargaming doing something really stupid. I'm not really gonna talk about it, but I just want to direct your attention, just in case any of you are wondering. There was a picture. I'm not going to show it on the screen because it's still there as far as I know. Wargaming published a stupid picture. I don't know how it got released. It's just stupid. Go to the latest, not the latest devlog. You go to the next latest devlog. There's a panel at the bottom that has some commander images in it, and one of them is just ridiculous. And so it's inflammatory, and it just should never have been released. And so I raised this with Wargaming, and just to cut a very long story short, just please believe me that they have taken it seriously, and I as far as I know, that's going to get changed somehow. But this is like me going on about it right now is not going to achieve anything, so I'm just not going to talk about it. But just please, yeah, if you've seen that whole English-Irish captain thing, and you're wondering, like, am I going to say anything? No. But just please believe me that I have spent a long time talking to various people in Ouija over the past 24 hours, and it is being handled. Okay. But I think, as far as I know right now, it's still out there. So there's no need for you to get upset, okay? I mean, if it upsets you, then fair enough, but there's no need for you to go on the warpath because it's already being dealt with. Okay. I can link. So the thing is, Brett, I don't want to put it on my screen because it's such a inflammatory image that I'm actually wondering whether in the UK it's actually borderline illegal. So I don't want to put it on my screen, just in case someone sees it out of context and thinks that it's my image. But I will put the link to the blog in. There we go. TC's got it. Yeah, if you scroll to the bottom of that, again, I'm not going to put it on screen. If you scroll to the bottom of that, you'll see the image that I'm referring to. The panel of commanders at the bottom left one. You'll see why. That's been addressed. All right. Why they haven't removed it from the devlog, I don't know. But it's still there. I just hope for their sake that the press doesn't see that. That would probably not go well. So yeah, that occupied me for many hours. So many hours of typing cat gif. I did not mince my words. Please, Kilbin will confirm. I did not mince my words when I was like, to whom it may concern, I am angry. The Americans are not correct. Exactly. What was really funny was when I posted my initial feelings. I think I'm known as being the voice in amongst the CC program and, you know, the staff who deal with that. I think I'm known as being the voice of reason. I think a lot of Wargaming staff consider me to have a fairly well-measured opinion. And
Tom the Revelator resubbed for 69 months total at Tier 1.
Oh, Danuser, if you don't understand, I can explain very quickly. Yeah, I'll try and explain it in as unpolitical a fashion as I can. I can explain the pure situation very quickly. But Tom, thank you very much for the 69. That is a long time. Thank you so much. Very kind.
Hello,
Nival, hello.
subbed for 22
Oh no.
months
Okay, we're into resub time now. Story time suspended. Loot Pinata, thank you very much for the 22 months. That is very kind of you as well. Stop giving... No, please give me money. Please give me money. I've just made a very expensive purchase. See it now? Yeah. I'm guessing from your username that 1689 that you might understand the problem. Just reading into the username just a tiny little bit, you know.
Papasan01 resubbed for 47
throw it in
months total at tier 1. Hype train started.
Throw it in there. Is this like the camera thing? Yeah, exactly. But worse. Thank you very much, Papasan, for 47. That's 4 years next month. Thank you so much for that as well, all three of you. Named after an airport. Don't worry, I got to. Oh, yeah. So, in the CC Discord. So I'm like, you know, rah, I'm angry and blah, blah, blah for these reasons and rah. And there's quite a few CCs who keep an eye on that particular channel because it's where we go to put a lot of our feedback. And I think a lot of the other CCs and some of the, maybe even some of the staff were like, damn. That's used the F word a few times. That's, something's not right here somewhere. That Stats is doing angry typing. But I used fudge quite a few times.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
So, it's going into your fanfic. Oh no. Why am I doing angry typing? Because Wargaming did a dum-dum. For Denuse's benefit, let me just very quickly say what the problem is. So the image that I am referring to has and you can see it, it's still public. It's appears to be a British commander, you know, profile picture. Like so one of these, but for RN. And so it's got the Union flag in the background. In the foreground is a lady who has got like a maniacal grin on her face, and she's holding a stick of dynamite. And she's dressed in that sort of like stereotypical St. Patrick's Day Irish kind of garb. So it's not traditional Irish garb, but it's like that stereotypical kind of bright green shamrocks everywhere. Obviously kind of meant to be Irish. Yes, it is Denusa. So obviously there's been a lot of, or maybe not obviously, the history between Ireland, currently the Republic of Ireland, and the UK / Britain / England is quite long and in places quite bloody, and that's been going on for a long time. It's not old history. This is recent history. Some people would even say it's still current history, current affairs. Because the land in the north part of the island of Ireland is still disputed. That is still disputed territory between the governments of the Republic of Ireland and the UK. And so that border conflict, at least, if not a physical conflict, is still going on today. And if you go back a few decades to the late 60s to the late 90s, there was a period called the Troubles, where it was very much an active conflict. And it's actually listed in Wikipedia as a war. It has like the way that Wikipedia does like the belligerents and like casualty counts and stuff. It's listed as a war. So, and I grew up
Level 1 completed.
with gift subs.
The Big Bang gifted 5 tier 1 subs to chat.
C-Bang, thank you very much for the gift subs as I was explaining the Troubles. Thank you very much for gifting subs to Kalino, King of North, Mobwolf, I am Mama Boo, Is that Bo as in Overlord Bo? And also Xeon. Thank you very much, Seabang, for the gift subs. That's very kind. Right, I am not commenting on whether or not the conflict is valid. I am not making any political statement of any kind. Okay? Before people start saying things about the conflict, don't do that. You will get banned. I am merely putting this image in context. Okay? I'm not stating an opinion. So that image, because of the history, particularly of the Troubles, is potentially inflammatory. And so I raised it with Wargaming on behalf of anyone who has been touched by that conflict. On either side. I don't give a shit where people come from. If you've been touched by that conflict, as thousands and thousands and thousands of lives have been, more than that, whole nations, then that image is just not appropriate. It's not appropriate to the memory of those people. It's just not an appropriate thing to shown. And I have no doubt that it was not malicious. Whoever made that, they obviously didn't know about the situation because it's not a very well-known conflict. And whoever made that, undoubtedly had no malicious content, no malicious intent. Why would they? But somehow it got past all the filters and has ended up in a public post. And so I raised it to Wargaming just to make sure that the community team was aware of it, because sometimes these things get published and the community team's not even aware of it, because they're not the ones doing the article publishing necessarily. And so I raised it and was like, this is not appropriate, you need to do something about this. And to the credit of the community team, they have picked that up and run with it. So the props to them, and thanks to the staff who have, taken that on board and have run with it. So, that's good. So I expect you'll see in the near future, I think you'll see something, some public action of some kind coming out of Wargaming. Doing something. I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but removing it, changing it, something. So that's it. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be a political discussion. I am merely putting that picture in context, just in case people were wondering whether I had any thoughts on it. I have done all I can. You may now release emote only. Yeah, that was my thought, Yak, whether at least the initial idea was AI generated, yeah. Oh, are there ships out of NDA today? I didn't even look. Okay. If I have them. The thing is, I won't have my copies of them, Cog, because currently we're pre-patch, and so they'll be pre-release. So it's just like a play-around practice session, as it were, if that is the case. But I am really, really tired. I haven't finished like story of the day yet, so I have not slept. So I'm not sure I'm capable of doing any kind of like gameplay. Because I'm really tired. But we could have a quick look at them. But I won't be able to put any kind of like clever insight into it because my brain is not working today. Yeah, Bisty, like, in your region of the world, there have been similar kind of conflicts, right? But if imagine, like I was saying, no, wait, I gotta go. All right, stop. I'm not gonna stop. I promised myself I wouldn't get into this because it doesn't achieve anything, so we're not going to. No, I'm fine. Like I'm in a good mood. I just haven't slept. Yeah, let's just. I just wanted to.
Train over.
No,
thank you.
No, let's not talk about ice. That no. Mm-hmm. I hope that you are talking about ice elsewhere, but here is not the right place. Yeah. So that's how my 24 hours started. I'm giving you heart issues. I mean, if anything kicks off here, it's my fault. Zaro, I'm amazed that Twitch let you make that typo. That's quite the typo. Yes, peace and harmony to all people. Don't be dicks to people. Just be nice to people. Be nice. Don't hate. Don't hate, just love. Not hard. Don't be a dick. No, it's not difficult. Humans tend to be tribal, but we can be a tribe of one planet. That's possible. We just need to think bigger. Can you imagine a world with... Yeah, well, exactly. Imagine there's no people. Oh, you can hate games. That's fine. Yeah, so then I went shopping. In the middle of this whole thing, I went shopping. And as I was coming back from shopping, my neighbor wanted to talk to me about something very locally political, and that took a long time. So I've had to agree with him that I'm going to write to some people, and I don't want to go into that either. That's sapping my spoons, to quote Tiger's Den. Shopping? No, the shopping was fine. The shopping was fine. I go to the supermarket at a time when there's almost no one else there, and it's great. No people. Staff are, you know, sometimes in the way a little bit, but mostly not. And it's generally fine. Then I am absolutely not going into local government. That is not on my list of things I want to do. That can go shove itself. Someone else can do that. I am not interested. I would end up punching someone. That's a stupid idea. Sock. Why can't you just be sensible? Yesterday, I spent quite a lot of time writing script and notes for a redo of my Research Bureau video so that I can get on with my double reset and finally get the Irresistible and play that. I still don't have that. I can't get it until I've done this video. So I have now done that. But while I was doing that, I was also doing a bit of technological exploration, because in changing my streaming setup potentially to a 2PC setup, part of that plan is potentially to completely move all my furniture around and just have a completely different setup. I might drop having a green screen. I might go to having a real world background, so I don't have to do chroma key. Oh man, my brain is not working today. I'm just losing my thoughts like halfway through a sentence. So, chroma key. I'm trying not. I've got to not read chat because it's that's making me lose my thoughts. Oh yeah, so I was playing around with some tech because I have an Elgato teleprompter, so that I can make, you know, like talking head type content if I need to. And so part of this video is going to be me talking while I'm like clicking on the screen, so that's not going to be scripted so much. But there's one part that's like properly scripted, and I'm going to read it to camera and then put some B-roll in the background. But while I was doing that, it gave me an opportunity because I needed to put that on the desk, and there's not enough space on this desk at the moment for that to fit in because I have a complete bank of monitors and there's not enough space to stick that in anywhere. So I had to kind of like move some stuff around to try and fit it in so that I could set it up on the desk rather than what I would normally do, which is put it somewhere else. Because there's something that I want to... It is a full-size dining table, but 3 monitors covers the entire thing. Three like 1610 monitors goes from one side to the other side. Yep. The monitors are large when you put them side by side. Takes up all the space. Especially when they have stands. Because my lower monitors aren't on arms, they're all on the stands. I would love to get them up in the air, but currently they're not. Anyway. So I got the teleprompter set up because one of the things I want to potentially do in the future is move to using that teleprompter as a screen, because it's an extra screen essentially that you can then put chat on, for example. Because I don't like having the camera up. And one of the annoying things with streaming, and just using a webcam in general, is that if you want the camera to be directly ahead of you, of course the thing that is directly ahead of you is your screen. And so if you want to have a cam pointing at your face in front of you, it has to be up. And the problem with that is you're looking down. Like, you think you're looking at me on a level, but you're actually looking down at me. And it makes it look like, when streamers use this setup, it makes it look like they're looking downwards. They're not, they're looking forwards. And so I'm very aware of that fact, and I don't really like the way it looks. I much prefer, but have never really used, a side angle. I much prefer that. And what the Elgato prompter allows you to do is put chat on the HUD of the teleprompter, so that you can actually look at the camera while you're reading chat. And so when I'm looking this way and I'm reading chat, I would actually be looking at you. So I'd be looking at the camera when I'm doing this. But when I'm looking at the game, I would be looking from your point of view slightly off to the side. I like the way that looks. However, the problem that creates is that because the camera is looking diagonally, because I'm using chroma key, the chroma key then has to be off to this side. And in this room, that is physically not possible. So I would need to make some furniture adjustments, but I'm planning on doing that anyway. But I wanted to play around with that, and that took a long time, so I ended up not actually doing the recording because it took so long. And I've made a bit of a mess. And I only just put the camera back up here just before the stream. I nearly went live with it over there. I was just like, you're just going to have to ignore the furniture or something like that, but I decided not to. Which is one of the reasons why I was late. But yeah, so just to prepare you, at some point in the near to medium future, I might change the way the camera looks. It'll be the same physical camera, but it'll be in a different angle. So when I'm playing the game, I'll look more like this. But I'll probably be over there, so that I'm looking at the middle. And I want to make sure that when I'm reading chat, I'm still looking this way, although I guess I would be facing the camera, but chat's on that side, which makes sense because chat is on that side of the screen. Stats has changed countries because of his change in streaming setup. I mean, it's possible. I just wish I owned the house, or a house, so that I could make permanent changes to the way it looks, like painting a wall for chroma key. That would be great if I could paint the walls and stuff, but I don't want to do that here. So if someone would like to buy me a house, that'd be great. I was considering a plan. My neighbor, who is in his late 70s, he doesn't have any kids. He owns his house. So I was considering being like really super nice to him all the time. That this thought actually occurred to me. Would it be possible for me to be so nice to this guy next door, who I've known for many, many years? He's a lovely guy. Would it be possible for me to be so nice to him that he changes his will to leave me the house? Because it's quite a nice little house. But unfortunately, every time I try to help him with anything, he refuses. Very belligerently. Can I help you cut the grass? No. Can I help you cut the hedge? No. Can I help you take the bins out? No. Generate AI videos of you two spending quality time together and convince him you're in his will already? Wow, that is dark. That is dark. Doing a Midsummer? No, which is really funny because I actually live quite close to Midsummer. That's just down the road. From that angle, you should add a posture check for channel points. So this is one of the things, right? So if I do this, it looks like I'm leaning forwards. I'm not. I promise you I'm sitting bolt upright. But I look like I'm leaning forwards because you are looking down at me. Which is one of the reasons I don't like this camera angle. Because it makes it look like I'm hunched over, but I'm not. I'm sitting bolt upright. Because I have excellent posture, thanks to my father. But you are constantly looking down on me, that's the funny thing. Rotating the camera doesn't help because it's still positionally the same. It doesn't change the angle of the camera to my face.
Shillabin resubbed for 79 months total at tier 1.
Yeah, bad posture thanks to the gaming industry. I think any office job does that to you. Something camera angles. Ben, I owe you some alerts or something. Thank you. Then one of my plans is to drastically change the way my stream looks in terms of alerts. But that's all TBD. Thank you very much for the 79 freaking months, Ben. Holy crap. That's a long freaking time. I can't even work out how long that is off the top of my head. 65, 6 years, 6 is 62. 70, oh god, maths. I can't do maths right now. Someone do it for me. I have not slept. How many years is that? How many imperial years is that? Help. 6 years, 7 months. Thank you, Jay. 8 years. Okay, one of you is wrong. Because that's quite a big difference. Typical Twitch chat. Twitch, is it black or white? And you get like a few blacks, a few whites, and then someone says purple. Okay. And then someone else says purple isn't real. And then the whole thing just unravels. Thank you, Killerman. That is most kind of you. Purple is not real. Did you not come to the lecture? Yeah, so then I had a discussion with my neighbor, and then I had to be awake mid-morning for a delivery that I had to take, because it was one of those kind of deliveries where you have to actually accept the parcel because of the value. And so I couldn't get to sleep because I knew I would have to wake up, because I'm like that. So I didn't sleep, so I just stayed awake and got the parcel. And then tried to, I'll show you in a second, and then tried to go to sleep. This is like middle of the afternoon. Tried to go to sleep, but then couldn't because my body's like, no, it's not sleeping time now. So I basically, my last, since like, I don't know, midnight, so my last 21 hours has basically been me just like laying in bed going, can't sleep. So I'm a little bit frustrated. But it wasn't all bad. Now bear in mind, the thing I'm about to show you, for me, is not a toy. For me, it is a tool. Which kind of diminishes the excitement very slightly. However, some of you, this is going to get chroma keyed because it's NVIDIA green. It's a graphics card. It's a box. Yeah, so I've been talking about this for a long time, so I'm going to be doing a tech refresh of my streaming setup, because I have to. I'm a professional streamer, I have to keep up to date with the tech. And frankly, my 3080 is now out of date. So a lot of the technology that I want to use that's coming up for streaming, like AV1, my current card does not support. The 3000 series does not support a lot of the tech that is coming up. That one does. So the plan, very loosely, I haven't quite decided how I'm going to do it, is I've got a water block for this. I'll tell you another story in a second. Wow, we are going to be like 2 hours of story time today. I've got a water block for this. This is going to become water cooled. I did it for the 3080. Nothing went on fire. But I'm pretty sure I can do it again. So this is going to get water cooled. My plan at the moment is this one, once the block's on it, is going to go into my current streaming PC. So the water cooled 3080 that's in there is going to come out. The whole thing is due for a screen, you know, like a clean and a flush and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to have to, at some point, probably take a few days off streaming and take that machine apart and clean it all, because it needs doing. The water-cooled 3080 that's in that potentially goes into a second machine. But here is the little problem that I have. This card supports some of the newer streaming technology, like AV1.
John I 1967 resubbed with Prime for 43 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Thank you for the stream and all you two for us all.
John, you are most welcome. Thank you very much for the 43 months. That is most kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you set water on fire, something's gone spectacularly well. Yeah. Much. The problem is that my plan is to use the one that's in there at the moment to build another machine that is then the streaming PC and move to a 2PC setup, which is a very common setup for streaming. Because then you take the load of the streaming stuff away from the gaming machine so that the game is not affected by anything else that's going on the machine, because you need to run an awful lot of software to do streaming stuff and, you know, video editing, all that kind of stuff, and so it's good to remove that onto a second machine. Slight problem that I can foresee is that that card, the 3080 that you're currently looking at ships on, that card does not support some of the newer technology. And so if I use that for the streaming machine, it's not actually going to do the job that I need it to do, potentially, in the future. Not immediately, but soon. Once Twitch starts supporting AV1 properly. And that poses a problem. Because potentially that means that I need another 5000 series card to go into the streaming PC. I don't know. It wouldn't be a 5080, that's for freaking sure. These things are expensive. Yeah, it wouldn't need to be, it could be like a 5060 would probably be just fine. Yeah, totally, Tom. Yeah, I think a 5060 would be more than adequate to do that, because that would support all those technologies, and I think that would be fine. So I've got a bit of thinking to do on what that does. And then I also need to buy the extra infrastructure that I need in order to be able to build that second PC. Assuming that I do go down that route, because honestly I still am a bit reluctant, because it adds a whole bunch of complexity that I don't really want to deal with. But it is the way that, you know, pro streams generally work, so I should probably do that. I then need to decide, am I going to carry on using Windows, or am I going to switch to Linux? That's another decision I have to make. However, I'm not entirely sure that I can cope with the, oh, which version of Linux are you using? Because it doesn't matter what the answer is. Whatever you say, the person who has asked you will say, oh, that's not the best way to do that. You should use, insert their favorite distro. So yes, that's all exciting. The other problem I have is just logistically, this is a tiny, teeny, tiny, tiny little house. And the way that I want to arrange the furniture, how I described, is probably going to mean I'm going to have to get rid of my sofa. I never use the sofa anyway, but I'm probably going to have to get rid of the sofa. And so that's a whole nother logistical nightmare, because that thing is freaking huge. Because it's not just a normal sofa, it's like a big, like, L-shaped Laura Ashley 9-seater thing that someone gave to me. And bonfire, I'm not burning it. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will want it because it's covered in dog hair that I can't get off. And the rat ate it. So it's not in perfect condition, so I probably can't sell it. So I'm probably going to have to dump it. Which makes me sad because it's a really nice sofa. But no one's going to want it. And like paying to reupholster it might be too expensive. I might actually look into that because I think the only the cushions really need reupholstering. I could rent it. Yeah, maybe I could. It really was Maisie's sofa. I rarely sit on that thing. Rarely. If I have guests over, then obviously they sit on it, but I never sit on it. So far, so good. Get out. I also have another sofa upstairs, which was the predecessor of this one, which is broken. And I also need to get rid of that. So basically, what I need to do, which has been on my to-do, I am the world's worst procrastinator. It has been literally on my to-do list. I have a to-do list that I have had for literally years. And get rid of some junk has been at the top of that list for literally years, because I hate doing things like that. I hate moving, I hate packing, I hate dejunking. I just want everything to always stay the same. I need to find someone willing to trade at 5,000 for a sofa. You're the worst procrastinator. I challenge you to a duel that we will never have on the battlefield with the weapons of our choosing, because it doesn't matter what they are, because we're never actually going to have that fight anyway. Is that right? Fight to the death at some point in the future? Yeah, cool. So I need to do some dejunking. I've got a couple of gaming chairs that I need to get rid of. I've got a whole bunch of stuff in this house that I just don't need. I haven't touched it, and I'm going to use... I read a really cool like dejunking thing for clothes a few years ago that you can also apply to other things. If you want to dejunk your clothes, you want to get rid of clothes you don't use, at least for the ones that you're hanging up, and you can probably think of something similar for ones that are folded in a drawer. Take all the hangers for your clothes, so they're like in your wardrobe or whatever on the hangers. Take them out and turn them around so that the hangers are pointing like hook towards you. And then make a note in the calendar for a year later.
Air Elite resubbed with Prime for 14 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Ask yourself, does this sofa spark joy?
I mean, there's enough dog hair in it that if you rubbed up against it enough, you probably could cause some sparks. Thank you very much for 14 months. Air Elite, that is most kind of you. Yeah, exactly. We'll fight to the death at some point. Yep, it's going to be cool. It's going to be amazing. We'll stream it. So, yeah, put the hook facing you. And in a year's time, when your calendar, year comes around, anything where the hook is still facing you, because then you're going to put stuff back on the normal way. If you normally put them that way around, you're wrong. Yeah, so then you put stuff on that you've worn back the other way. And any hooks that are still facing you, throw it away. You could probably do the same thing with like stuff in drawers. It didn't work, peace and quiet, because you didn't do it. It didn't work. It didn't not work because the method doesn't work. It didn't work because you didn't do it. I guarantee it.
Overlord Bow resubbed for 11 months total at tier 1.
You like your clothes, but you don't wear them. Overlord Bow, thank you very much for the year. Have a good... You're actually having a proper day off today. Have a good evening. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I need to get rid of some stuff out of the house just so I've got more space. Because one of the options potentially is to move the streaming room back upstairs where it started many years ago. Because I used to have my office in the spare bedroom. And I moved it down here for just having more space. Do I use... yeah, I use Aslane's, yeah. You're planning to... Oh, I'm your entertainment. Oh my god. Okay. Pressure. Well, so far, we've just talked for an hour, so, yeah. Okay, so something like your military uniform is probably not included, I would think. But yeah, no, if you want to dejunk your clothes, that's one way to work out what you are and aren't wearing. And then, I think, you know, like you could do the same thing with other stuff. Just like look around, like, have I touched that for a year? No, that can go. Do I need this box of miscellaneous cables that I'm never going to use? No. Realistically, no. Do I need this piece of wood screwed to another piece of wood at exactly 72 degrees? No. No, you don't. I'm not a hoard. So I'm not a hoarder, but I have a lot of junk. I am the kind of person who doesn't care about material possessions. I literally do not care. I would live in a room with nothing. Quite happily. But the problem is I get stuff and then I'm just really bad at getting rid of stuff I don't use anymore. I'm not a hoarder, I'm just a procrastinator when it comes to doing things. That's the problem. I don't care about the stuff, I just can't be bothered to get rid of the stuff. That's the problem. So you might get a few alternative streams where I just like point the camera at a room and just like dejunk it and clean it for a few hours. This house could do with a bit of a scrub. Cardboard room? No, I actually don't have a collection of cardboard. Pretty good with that. Can I come and not care about your stuff? And that would be kind of fun, like dejunking someone else's house. That actually sounds quite appealing. No, while I stand there going, no, I like that. No, you don't. When did you last touch it? Last week? Nah. Oh, that can go. You have jobs inherited from your grandparents moving into the First World War. What? I think once you hit a century, I think it's, I don't think you can consider that a to-do list, can you? Oh, look, her 5090 must be junk. Yeah, well, the thing I need to make sure I don't do is procrastinate getting on with the technology refresh. Because it would be a crying shame if this didn't get used soon, so. Oh, I didn't tell you the story of how I came to get this. So I put in a pre-order when the 5000 series was announced. Back in the beginning of April. I've had a 5080 on order for the past 4 and a bit months, nearly 5 months. And the date kept going out and going out and going out and going out, and there's no stock and no stock coming, and they're not sure when it's coming. And but also in April, I ordered and received the water block for the card that I had pre-ordered. So I couldn't cancel the pre-order because I already had the water block for the card that I had pre-ordered but had not received. But recently, Scan, who I did the order with, Scan took delivery of one of the other water blocks one of the other cards that this water block fits. So, I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll phone Scan and I'll be like, can I do a switch? Can I switch my pre-order from this one you don't have to one that you do have? And they're like, yes, you can. I'm like, that's cool. Can you please confirm that that one is this one that's on this Waterblock's list of things that it suits? Yes, yes it is. Cool. Can I do that, please? Yes, you can. They're like, yep, we've got that in stock. That'll be out for you tomorrow. Like, and also, it's cheaper than the one that you ordered, so you get a refund. So I get a better card that I can water cool because I already have the water block. So it's a more powerful card, and it's cheaper, and I can water cool it. And it's now in my possession 24 hours after I ordered it. So that's worth one night of no sleep. So now I just have to do the incredibly scary thing of fitting a water block to a £1,000 graphics card. That's not intimidating at all. Yeah, like when I did the 3080, it was literally like doing brain surgery. I'm like, oh god, one slip and this person's dead. A second PC? Well, I don't think I have a second PC. So I do have another PC. I still have my old gaming rig, my old streaming rig. The one that I use in the kitchen when I do cooking streams. So I do have a backup PC for precisely that reason. The reason that I keep a second PC running, and a reason that I want to move to a 2-PC setup, is because it provides you with some resilience. It provides you with some failover, because then if you have two game and stream capable machines, even if one of them is normally doing gaming and the other one is normally doing streaming, if one of them does break, then at least you can still go live, right? Why am I water cooling the GPU? Mainly for sound. Because a water cooled GPU is just the sound of the pump, basically. Because the fans are almost silent in the PC case. And because they're big. And GPUs tend to be very, 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 very noisy. But also longevity, because a GPU running air-cooled, the components are typically going to get up to, when you're gaming, are typically going to get up to like 80, 85 degrees C. And while modern components are very heat tolerant, that's going to cause it to fail much more quickly. Whereas my GPU currently sitting in the port here is running at 37. And so I would rather have, this GPU is running like 16 hours a day every day. I would rather that it did those hours running at less than 40 degrees when I'm gaming than 85 degrees when I'm gaming. Then hopefully it will just last longer, which is very important. But yeah, no, so like, I mean, like when a air-cooled GPU is working hard, it's like they're pretty loud. And that has to be in the same room as me, so it needs to be quiet. Yeah, I think that's story time. Oh, and then I was in the kitchen and I'm like, why are there fruit flies? Oh no. I walked into the kitchen the first time today and there were fruit flies everywhere. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I couldn't see where they were coming from. So I approached the fruit bowl and started to unpeel the layers of fruit in the fruit bowl. Yep, there's a rotten satsuma sat at the bottom of the fruit bowl, like covered in fruit flies. I'm like, oh no, I don't need this. I need to go live. I don't need this right now. And so then I had to deal with rotten orange soup in the bottom of the fruit bowl. I had to wash it all down and make sure that there's, no continuation of the fruit flies. Why didn't I eat it? Because it was mush. Barely recognizable as an orange. Why didn't I eat it before it was moldy? I don't know. I had too many oranges. Not as bad as walking into your shared student kitchen discovering the Singaporean lad has purchased some budget maggots. What? What do you mean budget maggots? Could have been a durian fruit? Yeah, true. I'm kind of curious about durian. Dodger. The rice hatched? The rice shouldn't do that, in my experience. I think I'm fairly experienced with rice. I don't think it should do that. No. And as someone who used to go fishing, I'm pretty experienced with the difference between rice and maggots. They don't look very similar. One of them moves, the other one doesn't move. Why choose the lesser of two weevils? I'm not sure I want the rest of that joke. Okay. I am tired. Very tired. You'd rather hear Stats read your fanfic aloud than hear about maggots. Nothing wrong with maggots. They're actually used in medical procedures.
A short while later.
Doctors and surgeons use them to clean wounds. What am I looking for? I am looking for Warships. Oh god, my bookmarks. Bookmarks. Like 10 levels deep. Here is the spreadsheet of ship releases. Okay. What's the date? The 5th of August. Well, I don't know what you're saying has been released because the spreadsheet doesn't have anything in it. The NDA release spreadsheet has nothing that I can play that I haven't already played that was released on the 7th of July. So, someone at Wargaming Gaming hasn't done their thing. Check announcements. Yeah, that spreadsheet is kind of important. Okay. So, French cruiser Latigue, steel. I don't know what any of these are, by the way. Dockyard ship Laffy. Tier 9 British destroyer Barfleur. Sounds suspiciously French. Which is a premium. Tier 7 Russian battleship Archangelsk, which is a premium. And Tier 7 British battleship Royal Sovereign, which is also a premium. There's not HMS Thunder, actually. So, would we like to look at, assuming that I have all these, I think I do. Just check. Actually, I'm actually lying. Quiet, there is actually a Thunder. That is actually a thing. I don't know if you knew this was a thing, but it is actually a thing. There it is. That is Thunder. No, it is. It's a thing. It's a real thing. It wasn't a real ship, but it's a real thing. Yeah, so the steel ship, the dockyard ship, or the 3 premiums. Like, what do people? Because I have no preference. I don't care. So is there anything anyone wants to from those 5 ships? The steel cruiser, the dockyard destroyer, or the 3 premiums? Does anyone have a preference as to which one you would like to see? Cardiac wants to see Sovereign. Let me just check I actually have them all. The dockyard, yeah, the dockyard one I think is probably the most worthwhile one. Obviously the steel one will be around for a while in terms of its availability. The other 4 are probably time limited. Say, air. Is that a schwa? Air thing. It's thing. Oh god, it's got the Russian "y" in it. Air thing. I can't physically do that. I can't do that. That's not physically possible. Just because you can write it doesn't mean I can say it. Hang on. We have another way. We have technology. We will simply ask Maxim to say it.
Arkhangelsk. Arkhangelsk. Arkhangelsk.
What about Tatiana?
Arkhangelsk.
She says it differently. She says ach, whereas he says ak. Interesting.
Arkhangelsk.
So
Arkhangelsk.
I would say that the anglicization that I am using is correct. Because I'm not speaking Russian, I'm speaking English. Arkhangelsk. I would say is a correct anglicization of that. I think that's what most Brits would say. Because I'm not speaking Russian. Frozen Yak, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Peace and Quiet. Who will no longer get the ads. Thank you so much. Do I want you to come in on a ramble while you sleep? Yeah, I could do that. Like, I feel fine, I'm just really tired. It's H like in huh. Uh-huh. You want to hear pirate? I love the way that the pirate says pirate before everything. Pirate. Read her story. She doesn't want me to read the story. So in the IPA that Bob posted, the tick, the tick that's above, that means that the next syllable is stressed. So that means that the ang is the stress in the word, the second syllable. Arkhangelsk, I would say. You can read the first 2 chapters. No, the moment's passed now. Right, we're gonna do Royal Sovereign, because I do actually need to play the game. Oh, no, sorry, no, we're gonna do, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do the dockyard ship, right? Yeah, we're gonna do the dockyard ship. Oh, you beat me to it, Wix. Hello, game? Did I click you? No, apparently not. 2 hours talking? I mean, we're getting there. Alright, so I know nothing about this, so we're going to have to do our usual thing of reading about it from scratch. But let me just join bin first.
Okay, that was odd.
Those who played Vintage Story will know what that is.
Something that goes bump in the night?
Exactly. It's known as a drifter.
I see.
You know, in Minecraft, at nighttime, the monsters come out.
Yes.
Same thing happens in Vintage Story.
Ah. Isn't it a Minecraft mod?
Yes, it used to be.
Originally was
yeah.
a Minecraft mod.
So the Tyron, the developer, who now heads a whole studio, he originally started making a Minecraft mod called Vintage Story. And then realized partway through that he could just make it into a separate game, and so Vintage Story was born as a game designed to be modded, and even the game itself is a mod.
Modception.
So you literally install the game as a mod to the underlying infrastructure. And so the whole thing is designed to be modded from the ground up. It's amazing because it means that modders can literally do anything. Anything that they can dream of doing in code, they can do. Which is just fantastic. So there's been there's a really, really strong modding community. Because everything is open source. The entire game is literally open source. Not open source in the sense that it's not IPA, but open as in the sense that everyone can just read the code, and so you can do anything you like. Vintage Story, TomTom. A game which you might see me playing soon. Again. Right, so...
Yes, so, Laffy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to pull up her devblog, or do you want me to do the history?
Yeah, you start talking about the history if you like.
So, Laffy here is the second US destroyer of World War II to hold the name. The first USS Laffy was lost in 1942 in the Solomon Islands campaigns off Guadalcanal. If I remember correctly, she got into a knife fight with a Congo. This is the second incarnation, an Alan M. Sumner class, which is the same class as Yu Yang. It's the destroyer class between Fletcher and Gearing in terms of US destroyer development. She served off Normandy, supporting the Normandy landings. Then in 1945, she was redeployed to the Pacific, where during the battle for Okinawa, she was in Radar Picket 1 position, which is the US destroyer furthest north of Okinawa between Okinawa and Japan.
What does Picket 1 refer to?
So the US Navy had a picket line of radar-equipped destroyers around the island.
Oh, I see, okay.
Radar Picket 1 is like 12 o'clock. So the closest one between Okinawa and Japan relative to the rest of the US fleet.
I see.
And she was attacked by a formation of 60 aircraft.
Right.
In which she was struck by multiple kamikazes and bombs. Like full on, like a kamikaze plane crashed into one of her gun turrets. She survived, mostly through the efforts of her crew and fighter support from, ironically, the first fighters on station were from the escort carrier Shamrock Bay.
Uh-huh. We won't go into that again.
She survived the war. She was repaired. Continued in service. She was the last member of her class to be decommissioned from the US Navy. And she is now a museum ship in the United States.
Oh,
I believe alongside Patriots Point, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So she got the nickname The Ship That Would Not Die.
Yeah, I can see that in the devlog.
You should, because I wrote the devblog.
Oh, did you write it? Cool. Nice. In that case, I expect it to be written in impeccable English. Would you like me to read your words?
Well, it's when it gets run through by people who translate it into American English.
And then back into English again.
They take out all my U's.
Oh, no. I'll put them back in for you, don't worry. Okay, I won't read the history part. In battle, in the game, Laffy is a main battery focus, thank you for the follow, destroyer. While her 127mm guns do not have the best ballistics, her toolkit will allow for her to stay in the fight. Now, all of what I'm about, as usual, when I go through these ships, all of what I'm about to say is subject to changes in the following dev blogs because Wargaming never actually put them all together. /rant. She combines several powerful characteristics, including good for her tier concealment, good, improved defensive AA fire, and an improved specialist repair team's consumable. Crucially, Laffy has a variant of the burst fire mechanic similar to Spanish cruisers that fires 3 salvos in a short period of time, cost of increased reload, thereby allowing her to make quick, hard-hitting attacks. Additionally, the new tech tree branch of American destroyers, like the new tech tree branch of American destroyers, Laffy also has the time-based smoke generator consumable, which we like. Nice. Allowing the deployment of smoke almost on demand if wisely. I haven't said much about it actually when I've been playing through the line, but that mechanic, I love it. It's fantastic. It's great. That new branch of destroyers is just so nice to play. Being able to go and off is so pleasurable. Love it. As trade-offs, that's good. As trade-offs, her torpedoes are shorter. As something that I've been saying would be nice to have for such a long time, it would be a bit crappy if I went, oh, shit. Who thought up this mechanic? This is terrible. Oh, it's really good. I like it. As trade-offs, her torpedoes are shorter in range and longer in reload compared to gearing, and her smoke capacity is not very high. Combining this with low average speed as well as a small hit point pool for a tier 10 destroyer, Laffy will have to pick her battles but can survive an extended fight if situation calls for one. Laffy will excel in the hands of those players who can maximize. Do we use an S in maximize? I think we do, don't we? I'm starting to be corrupted by American. I think we do, don't we? Don't we?
I thought we used Z and they used
do
the
we?
S.
Yeah, but you say Puma. You don't count. Yeah, we use S, not Z. Laffy will excel in the hands of those players who can maximize the impact of their improved firepower through the use of her burst fire and smoke generator. Yeah, there's a few. I think salvos is kind of a weird spelling as well. Anyway, doesn't matter. Alright, so that's the introduction devlog. Then we have this, which probably just mentions it briefly. Somewhere. In terms of it being the dockyard.
She went through a couple of tweets.
Yeah. So this was announcing the actual dockyard.
Yep. And that's her battle damaged.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming I won't get that until next update.
Yeah.
We'll probably... No, the dockyard consists of 20 phases. 18 can be done by doing the combat chains, and then you have to buy 2 phases. Laffy makes a great companion to San Diego, attainable for free during the In the Name of Tomorrow event.
Yes.
I love San Diego. San Diego is fantastic. Really good.
Yeah, so next update, we've got the End of World War II themed operations. Playing them completes a collection which gives San Diego as a reward. If you already have San Diego, you get 11,000 doubloons.
Nice. Alright, and then we got some changes. Detectability range increased from 7.2 to 7.4. Smoke generator usage time increased by 20 seconds. And then finally... Now, are these ones actually live? Because this is very recent.
I believe so, yes.
Because in her post, Misty seems to suggest that they're not live, but it's not entirely
I don't
clear.
think the last change come into effect,
Yeah,
the reload.
Okay. 2.83. It's only 2.2 seconds. Okay, cool. Alright, just something to bear in mind. That might not be live. Alright. So let's do it. No, not new ship to Ronk because well, it will be eventually, but of course this is a rental because we're not into the update yet.
Dang
so yes, completely correct. This is not my Laffy, as it were.
What ship would go well? with a...
Well, let me, so... Do you guys have any plans to do anything with the X-Ray Papa Una 1 smoke signal and these ships?
Not at this time.
Are you going to make it more obvious that that signal doesn't work?
By the fact that when you select auto mount, it doesn't mount it?
I can still mount it, but it doesn't physically do anything.
Yes.
Okay, I think it needs to have one of those no entry symbols on it, really. Because people will think it's going to do something and it doesn't do anything. Take note of Hangman's accomplishment for the second time in a week. Yep.
Good.
On ridiculously easy mode. After he begged me, he literally begged. All right, then we're going to take Albert here. Now, Wargaming. Oh, so interestingly, on the Tech Tree ones, the 137mm, Wargaming recommends Mabai AFT. But on this one, not so much. I'm guessing it's because it's 127mm, and so the ballistics are going to be that little bit more floaty.
Correct.
So this is why I would call it just a standard half-gunboat destroyer.
Laffy's more of a closer range fight.
Who is the other voice? The other voice is Killer Bin. Killer Bin is the CM, the community manager for the English language part of the game for the EU server.
Hello.
Apparently. You gotta keep an eye on these guys though, because they move around through their jobs. You talk to them 1 minute and they're like, oh yeah, now I'm the representative of the blah blah blah. Like next week, you're like, oh, I'm the CM for this thing. Like, okay. Yes, he's currently the English language CM. And do you cover any others? You cover like miscellaneous as well, don't you? Like Norway and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I cover the official English language Discord, English language CCs in the EU server, and CCs who don't have a dedicated language CM.
So Bin speaks
Jurek.
all the other languages perfectly.
I have to be fluent in nonsense.
To be fluent in hand waving and Google Translate.
Norwegian. Luckily, they don't bother me. Or if they do, they all speak English. Even if it's quite badly, then I speak badly it back. So yes.
He does do German, but thankfully he's not responsible for the Germans.
Well, I mean,
yes.
technically I am. It's when Germans apply under English language. Sorry, I handle like.
Oh, so do you? I
Trendlass and
was going to
Strive.
say, do you cover Trendlass? Yeah.
I cover language, not nationality.
Makes sense. Yep, that's fine. Ooh, it's got a funky heel. Nice. Cool.
Yes, you can kind of think of, in terms of a whole, think of her as a tier 10 kid. No yak.
If you were to apply for CC, could you stay in the US? So I believe, Yak, if you played on the EU server, I think you would then come under Bin.
Don't encourage them.
Because, like, for example, if so Jirak, who is obviously from the Europe region but plays on NA, he's technically an NA CC, not a EU CC. Not that Wargaming separates us that much. You're specifically not Bin's problem. Yep. You're Misty's problem. Poor Misty.
Yes. And she's a delight. And she does speak numerous languages.
She does. I think we're ready. Well, I'm ready in body, if not in mind. I'm gonna get... my reaction speeds today are gonna be so slow. I'm gonna be like, huh? Okay, what are you in? Plymouth? Okay. Please consider the fact that I basically haven't slept. So when
I'm
you're
aware.
when you're not you, chat. When chat I end a game having died after 3 minutes and have like 2 damage, just don't take that as a sign of the ship's.
Why do you think I brought a ship with Hydra?
No. Hermes, you're so rude. Shima with 12s. Yay, I'm definitely not going to get hit by those. See.
Because like the key thing to note is that Laffy and the new branch of USDDs aren't really team smokers.
I love how the AA nest on the back end is it's like a heart. Thank you.
I don't think the US Navy intended it for us.
Yeah, they did.
Feels.
Yeah, they did. We're gonna spread peace and love. We're gonna spread peace and love and send a message of love to the people who are trying to attack us by having a heart-shaped AA nest.
Yes, we will share peace and love in 20mm caliber at 700 loves per minute.
Yeah, Ramesh is right. It does look more like a aid card symbol.
Go fast, shoot things quicker.
DeGrasse is I would describe DeGrasse as a pretty standard open water cruiser. It's like a quintessential open water cruiser.
Well, they've only got one radar, and we don't know where it is.
Plymouth, you're being talked to. Get ready.
Not sure why he's expecting me
Get
to do
ready,
it.
Plymouth.
I'm assuming he's about to radar someone, so I don't know if you want to have your burst enabled.
That's enabled. Was my 21? 21. These torps are a long reload. 140 seconds.
It's a shimmer.
Which one?
Both of them.
12. Both of them. Yay.
Good news is the other one doesn't have SE. Torpedoes in the water.
I thought I turned the captain voices off. Beep boop. Yeah, you get to suffer me going beep boop. Boop beep. Beep boop. Alright, excuse me, I turned you off.
Number 2's got a death wish.
Wow, okay. Yeah, these shells are pretty floaty. Yep. We don't look at the torps, they don't exist.
That's not how that works. Des Moines over here.
I assure you, it is how it works. Okay, I need to change the smoke. I've got my smoke and the DCP the wrong way. Sorry, the smoke and the eel the wrong way around. I have made a boo-boo. Stop resetting me, you bastards. Right, I will now go up flankish. Don't get topped.
Trying not to. It's actually kind of difficult because everything on this flank except Colombo has torp. I am hard. That shim is definitely.
Uh-huh. Still deciding if this is toggle smoke or puff puff pass. No passing.
Oh, bloody. More torps. Crap.
Oh, bin. Bin. Am I the new radar guy? Oh, I wonder whether Michael Winslow will come back for Spaceballs 2. He's still around, right?
I have no.
I think he is. Hello. Game. Can I please have a? Can we? No. Okay, cool. I just want to have a look then. That's great. Thanks for that. Breathe in. Wee. No.
And that is the strength of the smoke.
Beep boop. Boop beep. Beep boop. You don't get very much of it though.
You must use it wisely.
I know. Beep boop. Whoops.
Man's picking a gunfight with a Kleb, he's brave. It's a Zao as well. Better know.
I meant to press DCP, not the F key. Next.
I think that ship requires a sort of active cognitive function to do well in.
No, it's having the consumables the wrong way around that's confusing me. Reorder. Smoke in the proper one. There we go. That's, I won't be pressing the wrong button. Oh, fuck. I forgot to toggle the toggle. 2 clicks. 4 clicks. 6 clicks.
Joke from
8 clicks.
SPR101ST.
What weighs more, a gallon of water or a gallon of butane? The water
Butane.
weighs more because the butane is lighter fluid.
Kuna Matata?
Get out. I think I speak for everyone when I say get out. Yes, let's try that again, but with the right buttons. Yeah, so the interesting thing with this one is going to obviously be comparing it to Burrows, which I have played. And the first obvious difference is the caliber. The fact that the other one is 137s and the fact that it has sap.
I think it's probably fair to say that Laffy sits between Gearing and Burrow.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The things I can see as being negatives so far are the fact that you don't have that much smoke juice, if you like, and the fact that torpedo reload is quite long, which means you're kind of relying on the guns, and so the guns better be good. But the ballistics are quite loopy, so you're going to be wanting to engage things at quite close range. And while the dev blog said that the concealment is good, I wouldn't call 6 kilometers that good. So the it's a Spanish cruiser style burst fire. So you trade a short high DPM burst for a longer average low DPM. So but if you think about it, with the smoke, with the ability to turn the smoke on and off, that kind of goes quite well together, right? Because then you can drop your smoke screen, drop your cloak, for want of a better term, burst fire something and then disappear again. Or you can, meet something at close range, burst fire it, and then if you decide you're outgunned, you can turn your smoke on and not have to worry about it being an American smoke that's going to be there for 3 minutes or 2 minutes. The cooldown on the smoke is longer, much longer, obviously, than the burst fire, but they can't make it too quick, because otherwise people would be just off, on, off, on, and it would just be horrible. So I think they've got it about right.
We don't have a agreement with the manufacturer of the T key on people's keyboards. If we did, maybe we'd reduce the cooldown.
You can sell it as merch. Placement Tiki. You want to write messages in Morse code? Yeah, you could do that. Ship, can I stop, please? Thank you.
Kinda terrified of that.
The what?
The Musashi.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's only going to get lucky one.
Huh? Evening, John Lee. So Jaeger and Akizuki are over there.
You've got
Herman's over there. The Shima is with the Stalingrad, so the Shima is the one they capped, so there's nothing here right now.
But yeah, a big appeal of Laffy is she's a historical US destroyer that you can go see today. She is famous as an example of the will to keep going and all of that.
One thing I will say is the gun angles are flippin' amazing.
Does this thing have a shit sit? Well, there's the fucking... Shut up!
I was arrested the other day for throwing
Not sure
sodium
if they're
chloride at people.
Yoshinos
When I asked the policeman why, they
or
said it
Shimmer.
was assault. I know it's assault, but why is that a crime?
Fred
I
gave
don't know why my
100
TTS
bits.
isn't routing through to my mic. Because it should be. I was arrested the other day for throwing sodium chloride at people. When I asked policemen why, they said it was assault. I know it's assault, but why is that a crime? I get that. Yeah, Ben should be hearing that, but he's not for some reason.
I did not.
But I have been fiddling with a lot of things today, so not entirely surprising.
Okay, Stalin's radaring, by the way. Please let me talk to Sherman.
Tirpitz is pushing.
Thank you, Sherman. Tirpitz is turning a lot tighter than I expected.
Beep boop.
That doesn't give him the whole 9 yet.
He's looking at my smoke screen.
Or if we had the rights to do that, we should totally get a Japanese destroyer with this feature. So we can just do a Karate Kid, smoke on, smoke off. Smoke on, smoke off.
Well, my smoke's run out, and I need to fight Nakazuki and a Jaeger.
Oh, good job you're a decent gunboat with a superhero.
Will our Yugimaro use its guns?
No, he's got bigger problems.
You're in my cab.
You got a Mino coming.
Sure, there's still kind of around there, so let's just do... Oh, hi. No, they're not.
Sector is not clear. Sector is not clear.
Jaeger, no fair. Can I have my hail back, please? Please? Please, can I have my hail back, please? Please? Ah. Oh,
How close are we to the heel?
about 10 seconds. In my opinion, this ship needs a little bit more smoke juice. Just a splash. In terms of duration, it has the equivalent of one smoke. I think it should get like 1.5. Yeah, that would have been an alternative yak. I'm kind of wondering why they didn't do it like that. They just didn't want the complexity. Because at one point that is how the submarines worked as well, with just having a total. Still work in progress? Technically yes, because there is a change that hasn't quite come through, but it's a tiny little reload change. So shouldn't make too much of a difference. We're basically final.
I don't know. That's bad for you.
Yeah, there's no fundamental change coming to her.
Trying to figure out why it just isn't going.
Well, it's been a quiet week in Lake Wobegon, my hometown.
StatsBloke said.
This is a test of the TTS routing.
Amy, you are British. Say routing.
Routing.
Routing. Yes, that ain't working. I don't know why. Oh, no, I do know why. It's because I changed the input in Discord. That's why. So I'm just going to have to manually read all the jokes to Killer Bin.
Yay.
Yay. Routing. Yes, we say routing.
Minlake said.
The thing your internet comes through is a router.
This is a test of the TTS routing.
Yes, in British English, at least in my generation, the way you get from one place to another place is called a route, not a route.
Yeah, just don't ask an Australian what a route is.
Why? Grant, what's a route? It's boning. Can we defenestrate Bin for his pronunciation of words like puma? Yes.
Puma.
You do not say that. That is the first time I've ever heard you say it like that.
I am from the Midlands. I can say it any way I like. I have access to both tech trees.
Oh, rooting is shagging, is it? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes.
The app hadn't been updated in 8 months yet, that'll do it. Because the thing with BTTV, with a lot of the features, like the drop claiming, for example, is what it's doing is it's injecting JavaScript into the page and clicking on certain elements. But the problem is that Twitch quite regularly change the names of the elements in the document object model of the website. And that breaks everything every time they do that. It breaks like my overlays with the ad timer and stuff like that. You can see that it's still not quite right. And BTTV also will break whenever they make those kind of changes. So yeah, if you're using extensions like 7TV, BTTV, Francoface, you need to keep them up to date. Otherwise, they will stop working. Has Ben told you about the toasted sandwich shop? No, he's not.
Oh, yes, no, there's a toasted sandwich shop in Prague called Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's fantastic.
They do very nice toasted cheese sandwiches.
I love a good comedy shop name. That's great. That's very good.
If you're ever in Prague and you want, like, toasted cheese and pulled pork, Jesus Christ.
Sounds good. Bin's Imperial Eats. What would they serve?
Well, can't be fish and chips because I fundamentally do not trust fish and chips from a landlocked country.
No, true.
Proper roast dinner.
As a takeaway? That could work.
No, well, actually, no. There's a place in London.
I'll tell you what. Well, yes, exactly.
No, wait, no.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Is the Yorkshire pudding one?
Yes.
Yes.
So
I think Czechs would like that.
So I used to live near. Unfortunately, it was quite a short-lived business. I don't think they did very well. I don't know why, because they were very busy. But I used to live near a tiny, tiny little Indian restaurant. They literally had one table inside. It was a 1-2-seater table. So most of their business was over-the-counter, like takeaways. And they used to do like a stuffed naan bread, basically. So they would take a naan, freshly baked naan. They had a proper naan kiln. And they would slice it down the middle and put like curry stuff, whatever you ordered, inside the naan.
Oh, no. This is different. There's a place in London that does a roast dinner kebab, but instead of like the pita bread, it's a Yorkshire pudding.
Mm-hmm. The curry bab, exactly. It was fantastic. And it was all like super, super fresh as well. They made it right in front of you. It was amazing. No.
Though, to be fair, most young Brits at some point will call it Nan's bread.
Nan's bread. So, naan, N-A-A-N, basically, just means bread. But
is it one of those cases where it's like bread?
Yeah, so naan bread means bread. Not the word naan literally just means bread. But as Brits, we tend to think of it as naan bread because it's a specific style of bread. Goes back to my whole point about like just because it's a word in one language doesn't mean it means the same thing in another language.
Unless it's English, where we just take their word for it and our word for it and combine it. I almost got away with that on the minor. It's like, you have some naan bread with your chai tea. You just say, I've had bread with tea. Now, usually, Tyler, if you're having like a specific variety of naan, you don't say bread.
Yeah, you would say like Peshwari naan.
Yeah, but if I'm talking about it in general as a Brit, you'll say naan bread.
Because otherwise, what would you say? Would you say Indian bread? I guess you would do. Like if you were trying not to say bread,
Direct said.
but it's just become part of. And this is my point.
You just say
have your
naan.
Anyway,
bread with your chai tea on Trepenna Hill. You have your bread with your tea whilst on hill.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I actually genuinely I use these as examples to people, the people who are in the that means bread, or the plural of cappuccino is cappuccini. Yes, it is in Italian, not in English. In English, cappuccino is the singular and cappuccinos is the plural, and panini is singular and paninis is plural in English. That is correct English. It's not correct Italian, but it's correct English. This is why this is a banned topic on this channel, because people get very, very excited about this, and I will not have that discussion.
Yes, let us not return to the great toast bread debate. Yeah, so like if I'm ordering, I go like, I'd have a keema naan, please.
I can make bread
But
with it.
if I'm going shopping and someone asks, what are you going to buy? I'm going to say, oh, I'm going to buy some naan bread.
I'm just going to change my mic input so that you can hear this, TTS. Oh god, which audio cable is it?
So for a Brit, it's generally contextual when you say naan bread versus naan.
Can you still hear me? Hello? God, I've broken it. Hello? No, which cable is it?
Well, yeah, like Imperion, it's like most Indian food around the world is British Indian.
Daddy can't hear me right now, I can't shut him up. C. Cable C, cable C, cable C.
No, I can't.
Cable C.
He's broken everything.
You can hear me now.
Peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat.
Hear me now. Can you hear me now?
I know a song that will get on your nerves, get on your nerves. I know a song that will get on your nerves all day long.
Stop it.
I know a song that will get on your nerves,
Shut up.
on your nerves, get on your nerves.
Shut it.
I know a song that will get on your nerves all day long.
Dash. Why is this not working? Why is that not working? I need to restart. Maybe I need to restart. Audio driver? Hello? No, that's not working either. Why did I? Don't fiddle. Don't do anything live. Why would I do anything like this live? This was stupid.
Wait, chat, can you hear me but not him? No, him. You can hear both of us. We can't just hear each other. Nice. No,
wait, I can tell. Oh, this is great. This is like a couple having an argument.
You wouldn't differentiate between
Indian
and British
tell
Indian
Ben. Tell Ben he smells. Chat. Tell Ben he smells.
Isn't Bert's Kingdom, Brunel said.
I just can't hear stats.
I know a song that will get on your nerves, get on your nerves, get on your nerves all day long.
I don't understand. A, B, C. Oh.
I'm a wondering person.
Urban Hangman said.
Bin, Stats says that you smell of roses and lavender.
No, Cable C. B, D.
In worst case, I can just turn on shield.
No, don't you fucking dare. A, B, C. C?
There we go.
Hey!
Yes.
For some reason I had two cable C's. I'm not sure what's going on there. It has been fixed.
Splendid.
Chat, he can hear you now, in terms of your TTS.
Urban Hangman said.
Nah.
Routing test.
I had that as well.
Yeah.
I thought I heard the old man say.
I thought I heard the old man say, Labour, Johnny, Labour. You can go ahead and take your pay. But it's time for us to
Never
leave
fiddle
her.
with the knobs live.
No. Yes, but
Let us try. I have determined an interesting vessel combination.
oh, okay. Okay, that's new. I didn't know it did that. If you're in the container port screen and your divmate takes you into battle, it doesn't just bring up the loading screen anymore, it zooms you out. It like grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the container port. That is new.
But yeah, like on the day that she's famous for, Laffy was hit by 6 kamikazes and 4 bomb hits. And amazingly didn't sink.
The 6 planes actually hit it.
Yes.
Wow. And were they proper like bomb laden wow, okay.
Proper kamikazes. One crashed into her rear gun turret, just straight into it. One hit her rear quad 40mm mounts. I think one technically counts as a hit because it sort of clipped her and sort of wing clipped the hull and it cartwheeled over, spraying shrapnel and fuel over the deck as she went. No, the Corsair that clipped her radar antenna didn't count because that aircraft did not intentionally hit the ship. After she put out her distress call, eventually some US Corsairs flying off Okinawa arrived, and one of them followed a Japanese plane in so close that after it shot it down, it hit the radar antenna.
Squatting beaver?
Sitting dog, squatting beaver.
Alright, so Lucian's gonna go there. Shima with 20s gearing, Gdansk. Contested.
No harmless, because the first aircraft on station were F-4F Wildcats from the USS Shamrock Bay. Well, technically they were FM-2 Wildcats.
Did you just actually someone?
I did.
Get actually, Dodo. Do you have any suggestions for leveling the French destroyer line? Well, probably a good question for me to ask you would be, what do you think the problem is? You're struggling with them. Like, what's usually the situation when you play them?
And which line? Are you playing Kleber line or Cassard line?
Good question. Let's forget that new one exists. Constantly getting outspotted and unable to knife fight. Okay, so when you're playing a bad concealment destroyer, particularly one that doesn't have a smoke screen, you really need to pay attention to what's on the other team. So you would have heard me earlier going through particularly the destroyers. So you'll notice that whenever I'm playing a destroyer, I'm paying particular attention to not only like, is there a radar, blah, 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 is there a carrier, but particularly I'm going like, okay, what are the destroyers? Are they torpedo heavy? Do they have radars? Are they gunboats? What is their concealment? So I'm looking at what I'm going to come up against in the caps. And you need to do that when you're playing, say, Kleber or Mogador or whatever. You need to be comparing you and your fast, bad concealment, you know, gunboat nature with whatever's on the other team. Because if, for example, there's something like a Shima on the other team that has very, very good concealment, you don't want to be running headlong into a cap and being outspotted by it, because you're probably not going to see it, but it is absolutely going to see you, and it's probably not going to shoot you, and then you're going to be spotted and the enemy's going to shoot you. And so in that situation, you want to try and avoid contact, because you're not going to be able to get it spotted. So how you play depends on what's opposite you. So if you're constantly being outspotted, as you say, then you're being too aggressive against things that can outspot you. It's as simple as that. Use the speed and run and gun from more of a distance.
Speaking of shimmers.
So Squatting Beaver's just taken a bunch of water tops.
Kitakami. God.
Exactly, Redbeard. And your target isn't the destroyer, your target is then all the other stuff. So you're trying to particularly set fires and then make use of DCPs. So exactly what I'm doing to the Shima right now. So, sorry, it's Shiki right now. So you're trying to set a fire, wait for them to DCP, or wait for them to DCP someone else's fire or someone else's flood. And then try and set fires on that. And ideally, you'll be farming several ships at the same time, so 2 or 3 ships. And you're looking to set permafires on as many of them as you can, and you're looking to set as many permafires as you can. So there's now a fire in the middle of the ship, so I'll now switch my target to try and get a fire elsewhere, like the nose or the tail. To try and, he says, lobbing it. To try and get as many fires running as possible, because that DOT will add up very quickly. Whereas if you're facing a bad concealment destroyer on the other side, then you're going to spot each other more or less at the same time, and then you can use your reload booster and your speed. Try to
Spot the Shiki. Oh.
I'm probably in trouble here because I've run out. Yeah, I know. I was busy talking. I was busy talking and didn't leave. This is the problem with me answering questions.
I think you got the Shiki.
Yeah, I should. I'm trying to escape. No, my fault for answering. No worries.
Damn stats being useful and helpful.
I want to live. Yeah, so if you're facing something, let's say it's symmetrical, so you're facing another Kleber or something, then you want to be trying to just outplay the player.
This is not a bad moment.
Yes, it was. You want to be trying to outplay the enemy player by just using better speed juking, making sure you're applying your reload booster in a good way, making use of any, like fires and stuff that you set on the enemy ship. If it's destroyer versus destroyer, if they're inside your torp range, make sure you're torping them, but don't do that instead of shooting. Do that as well as shooting. You're being pushed like I was by that Shiki. If you're being pushed and it's pushing into your torpedo range, don't forget that you can torpedo beyond your range if they're pushing into you, because by the time your torpedoes reach the edge of their range, the ship might have reached the edge of the range of the torpedo.
Gearing is in the middle of the smoke, in the middle of the cap.
Okay.
I recommend greeting.
You recommend what? You keep cutting out the anti-sensors.
Oh, crap, Jinan.
Instead.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna get my torps on. Just a shame.
Yeah, so Redbit, I would work on one thing at a time. Try not to overload yourself with things to work on. So if the main problem that you're identifying, and it's really good that you're doing, it's really good that you have that answer, by the way, because a lot of people will go, I don't know, I just can't do it. So the fact that you already know what the big problem is great. So keep doing that analysis in your head. I would just work on that one thing. So if the main problem that you're having is being outspotted, your first goal should be try not to get into that situation. And then once you figure that out, then you can move on to whatever the next thing is. So yeah, just be a bit less aggressive.
I'm watching a Kitakami Brawler Marseille and he's winning.
Your one role in the gunboat destroyer is to give first blood at 18 minutes and then blame the team for not helping. Yeah, so the thing with rushing in like that, and the reason why I asked you, what do you think the problem is because a lot of people are, when they're playing that kind of ship, will push in very, very aggressively without thinking about what they're pushing into. And so then they just get obliterated because they are not aware of what they're going to be facing. They get outspotted or they get radared or whatever it is because they're just not aware. Because if you're pushing into something like that, you need to know. I'm not saying don't push into it necessarily, but you need to know what you're pushing into so you can decide whether that risk is worthwhile. And then, as Semper just said, like, they'll rush in, going, oh, I'm a gunboat, oh, I'm dead. And then blame the team, like, oh, no support. But of course you got no support, because you're a French destroyer, you're going 1 billion miles an hour. Of course you get there first. And of course you have no support, because no one can keep up with you.
Just because you can do over 50 knots doesn't mean you always have to do over 50.
That being said, in certain situations, if you look down the list of enemy ships... Hang on, YouTube, I'll get to you in a second. You look down the list of enemy ships, and it looks like you can go for a cap. Then you can use your speed to go and get a cap before anyone else gets there. So in competitive, particularly, French destroyers get used a lot for fast capping, trying to get a cap and get ahead on the points. Because a lot of the time, it's quite difficult to get that cap back. I don't have a smoke, I shouldn't have done that, and that didn't kill him. Now we have to wait for the reload. I was thinking, my brain was like, oh, it's okay, you can do the burst and then go dark. Sorry, Gearing, that meant to kill you. I'm sorry. Apologies. We'll kill you now. Now I die to the Jinan. Like a glove. Jinan, your aim is terrible. Alright, okay, I didn't mean it. Your aim is fine. That aim is just fine. Please stop hitting me. Please stop planing me. Can I fix this stuff, please? That's a lot of stuff. Ow. What are caps, anyway?
It's alright, we've got one.
Were they widespread? I think it was two widespreads where the torps like overlap like that. This is why you'll always see me, unless I have a very good reason not to. When I'm doing torps, you'll always see me like just even if I'm convinced that someone is completely white lining, what I'll do is I'll just do that very slightly, like the wedge. I'll just offset it slightly because it tries to prevent that thing where the torps run directly behind each other. They can quite often. Hello, YouTube. You're new to the game, and there are any tips and tricks? So what you're basically asking, is please explain how you play the entire game. It's a very complicated game. So what I would suggest that you do is go around, particularly YouTube, and go and look for some tutorial content. Go and look for people who are making recent and I do have some stuff, but it's quite old. Go and find some people who are making good tutorial content, and just go and find some of that stuff. I would also suggest that you, in the escape menu, in the port, there is a link here to some videos. Wargaming need to refresh that because it's had a bunch of videos removed because they weren't accurate anymore, and they've not been replaced. There's also a section on the website called Guide, which was added about a year ago and also has not been updated. However, it does have some information in it.
Provided a suitable link.
Where did you provide? Where did you provide the link?
In your YouTube.
Did you? Can't see it.
When I post it, I hit enter.
Did you put it as a comment or as a chat? Because you can do both.
As a chat message.
Did you though? Or did you post a comment? Did you?
No, I posted it in chat.
Did you?
Are we referring to 3-armed Quaso?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't see that message.
I don't know if
YouTube is weird.
My powers have cut. This is why we don't stream to YouTube.
Because you can simultaneously post comments and chat messages on a live video. Yeah, no, I literally don't see that message at all. I think it's because it's a link. It might be because you've been modded. Let me mod you. What is your can you just type a normal message? Can you just type hi or something? Then I can mod you. Yeah, that I see. As moderator. Try posting again.
There you go.
Yeah, that's because you got blocked.
I'm now a standard moderator.
You are a standard moderator.
As opposed to a
no funny business
moderator.
as a something else moderator that can like change the status of the video and edit things and fiddle with it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how YouTube works. Not a YouTube streamer. Yeah. So yeah, have a look at the official guide type videos. Have a look at the tutorial, because there is no tutorial to the game really. The thing that's called tutorial is not really a tutorial. And there are now these tutorial missions when you're a new player, but they don't really teach you about the mechanics of the game. It's more about the economics of the game. There are some videos which are quite good for the mechanics in terms of the different types of shells and the damage model and stuff like that. What's the use of being in power if you don't abuse the power? Very true. Yeah, and then let me grab the link from here. Post it over here. I have that video which describes some settings changes that you might want to make. So the base game, like the vanilla game when you install it by default, Wargaming's approach, ethos, whatever you want to call it, for new players is they prefer to have a very clean interface. They prefer players to have a nice sort of like clean screen. But unfortunately what that means is that a lot of information that experienced players use to make decisions in the game is hidden from you. And for an experienced player, that might be fine because they can choose whether or not to show it. But for a new player, they're not even going to know that information is available. And some of the information is quite important. So I would suggest that you go through that video and go through your settings and make those changes. Because then you can always change things back again. And then in terms of which ships to research, I also have another video. Which is in Twitch, and I'll post it over here. And that one is what I think you should work on first. Most welcome. Bonus advice, don't panic and remember to have fun. Just remember it is a game. Also, remember it's a game, but also remember, especially as you are a real sailor, okay, so also remember it's not a simulation. So this game is very much an arcade-style game. Don't expect everything to be realistic. Is the inked. Also, Twitch people who are answering Kesso's questions, just bear in mind that Kesso is on YouTube and can't see your Twitch messages. So thank you for the advice. For the person who I'm answering questions can't see your comments. It's good advice, but he can't see that. Recruiting run up to the big anniversary.
Joke from Sam Thicosta.
The Schumann resonance, Earth's primary resonance, occurs at around 7,8 Hz. For comparison, the B-flat in music is around 466,1 Hz. It turns out, they were right. Earth is very flat. Raute science fact.
That's a funny coincidence, because I was reading about that only a couple of days ago.
We meet again.
Schumann resonances. Resonances. Give me a second, John. Were the numbers written in German? Yes. My bots are multinational. Journey to the west. Yay! I love premium time.
You're welcome. Okay, next question. Do you want to snipe or do you want to brawl?
Me? I'm playing Laffy.
Yes. We're still doing Laffy. Okay.
Oh, I mean, I can switch to another ship if people want me to. What's the feeling, chat? It's up to chat, really, because I don't really have an opinion. Because I'll get to play them anyway. I am at the Hi, Super Container. I am at the service of chat. No, there are 5 pre-release ships that I can play. So I've been playing Laffy, which is the dockyard ship, because we talked about it earlier, and I think that is the one that most people would want to know whether it's any good or not. Because you're going to have to make a decision about whether you push for it.
Max_Distiller used their Prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Max_Distiller. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
Max, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Welcome. You will get no ads for the next month. Thank you so much. Then it gives me... It's 15 blue boosters.
That's nice.
It's pretty good.
Useful for the dockyard. Coming up.
Barfleur, it's true. Barfleur looks like a good talk boat.
There's currently a poll up with 4 options.
Oh. Okay, probably no one noticed that because there's a hype train incoming thing going on.
Yes, I noticed. Bad timing.
But don't worry, because five people have answered.
Yes.
Snipe, brawl, torp, and planes. What's planes? Which one is planes?
Amiral Tigre.
Oh, is that a hybrid?
Yes.
That's to me. That one's probably the least interesting for chat because it's the one that's not time limited.
Well, I know which one right now players have no interest in, and I'm kind of surprised by.
Okay.
Poll is still running. We have a little bit of time.
I don't know which ships these refer to, by the way, chat. One question: which playstyle is better with aircraft carrier? Camp and deploy planes will go into the head-on fight. So it depends which depends which carrier you're playing, but you never really want to push with your hull. There are some very specific circumstances where you might want to do that, but the hulls of the carriers generally are very vulnerable, and everyone will shoot them if you are spotted if they can. Like, they will ignore better targets in order to shoot the carrier, so you will die very quickly if you get spotted. And on some higher tier games, battleships can shoot you from the opposite corner of the map. So, I wouldn't call it camping, but camping is the main way to play them. But you want to try and get your hull as close to the enemy as you can without getting spotted, because that's going to reduce your flight time. Brawl. So which one is Brawl, Ben?
Royal Sovereign.
I knew it would be Royal Sovereign. I think Ben just manipulated you, Jack. I think you were just influenced. Go on then, tell us about your favorite ship.
No.
Oh, fine then. Okay.
Ken 557 resubbed for 63 months total at tier 1.
Been influenced? Yep. Yeah, Bin is just using you as a data collection source. That poll is going to appear on a spreadsheet tomorrow. Or in a presentation. You don't think Royal Sovereign is anyone's favorite ship? Well, it's not yet, no.
Andy
Ken?
likes it.
Andy likes it.
Andy likes it.
Okay. Ken, thank you very much for the 63 months. You don't think much. Does Royal Sovereign have the correct number of propeller shafts?
Yes. So she's a revenge class. So straight out of the gate, great name for the class. Born out of the Anglo-German arms race before World War One, where basically it got to the point where the British government, the Royal Navy, was like, right, let's just end this debate once and for all, and they ordered 8 of these ships. 5 of which were completed. 2 of them, Renown and Repulse, were reordered as battle cruisers. The 8th, which was never built, was going to be called Resistance. So you had Revenge, Royal Sovereign, Ramillies, Resolution, Royal Oak, Renown and Repulse. She served in World War One. She served in World War Two, mostly doing convoy escorts and such like that. They were second-line ships by World War II because they were on the slow side.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Italians surrendered in 1943, the Allies were debating and discussing how to divvy up the Italian Navy. The Soviet Union wanted one of the Littorio-class battleships as part of their reparation. But the British and the Americans didn't want to just give the Soviets a brand new, modern, top-of-the-line battleship. So there was some quick sort of funny business with the Italian government that was fighting on the side of the Allies, which basically transferred all those ships to them, and so the Brits and the Americans could go, but they're not interned, they're fighting as an Allied power. And in the meantime, Royal Sovereign was provided to the Soviet Union, and she served under the name Arkhangelsk.
Kesso, I could not disagree with you more. I disagree with that statement about the signals completely. Let me just make sure I've got the right end of this. This is a secondary spec or secondary focus ship. Is that correct?
So, not really.
Because your recommended build is very much secondary.
She can do it.
Why is the recommended build for this from Wargaming a balls to the wall secondary build?
Because she does have improved secondary. Because she has improved secondary.
Okay.
I just value survivability over
Yeah, no, fair enough.
improved secondaries.
We'll try it both ways. However, if we are going to lean towards the secondaries, which I'm sure most players who try this will do because they can, secondary range is 8 point something. Its concealment is 13 point something. Oh, is this one? There a change?
This is at a change where I don't think it's been fully displayable.
Okay, 1 second, because Misty has actually put a link.
I think it goes up a bit.
Nope, it has increased torpedo reload time pending. That's it.
She doesn't have torpedoes.
Oh no, I'm reading the wrong one. Oh no, there we go. Main battery turret traverse time decreased by 9 seconds. Airstrike parameters have been altered. Nothing about secondaries.
Previous ones on the text and it.
So it's going to be 8 point whatever it is. 8.9. So 8.9 with a concealment of 13.4, because I'm only allowed to put a 14-point captain on it.
Yes, obviously, like you'll have.
And it does 23 knots.
Yes.
So, how am I supposed to get this extremely visible secondary spec battleship, which has very limited secondary range, to actually use its secondaries?
Bravery.
Okay. As long as we're clear.
And, yeah, she's got improved acceleration. Vermont style. She's got hydroacoustic search. And she has sub-surveillance.
Okay, so I appreciate the comments, but just please believe me that the signals are quite effective, and you will discover that as you go on with the game. All right, so. Start off with a 13-point secondary build, which has no survivability whatsoever. And then we'll try it from there. What are the guns on this? 33 8-1s.
15s.
8-1s, 30-second reload with 8. Yeah, no worries, guys. It's just I can't really engage with you on that right now because we're busy like exploring this new ship. So and you can't see the rest of the discussion that's going on Twitch. So apologies, but just please trust me that they do something. And after 10 games, that may not have become apparent to you.
Ah, excellent, man.
The port is showing it wrong. It should be the same range as Shani. It's one of those things where the UI doesn't update until you played a game.
Potential.
Secondary. No, it's showing as 8.9.
Well, we'll know if you start shooting outside 8.9.
Everything in the UI thinks it's 8.9. We shall see. Yeah, no worries, okay, so I don't mean to like shut down the discussion, but now is the time to focus on this ship. There is a balance change not in the dev blog that I saw that Misty linked us to. That just covers whatever it was that I read out, which didn't include secondaries. Misty's given us all the pending changes, and that is not one of them. But what does that increase it from? If that is the case.
Royal Sovereign, secondary Firing range increased from 5.9 to 6.3.
So 9.3 it will go up to. If that is still pending. Still not convinced. Because otherwise Misty would have put that one in the link of the pending changes. It's not. Boop. Secondaries are not 17 kilometers, it is true. Well, it hits them on comms just fine.
Well, it's British, so it's got a bonus against the French.
Can you imagine if that was actually a game thing? You get a bonus against French ships. Mikios. You do have a Leningrad to your right.
I am aware Hydro is...
I'm coming with you because the... maybe not. Bob Bear, that is a very simple question with a very complicated answer because the mechanics for HE and AP are completely different and unrelated. Because one is based on things like range and angle and the other one is not. What I'd suggest that you do is go and... So there isn't one answer to that question. The best thing for you to do is go and find the HE and AP videos in the Wargaming video locker in the menu and watch them because that'll explain. Thanks. So when you're at import, if you press escape, at the bottom there is a videos button, and in there you will find videos that explain the mechanics of AP. That video is called Armor, and then also HE and SAP. And also, probably some of the content creators for the game will have their own videos. In fact, have my own videos on AP and SAP. Links for which are under the stream somewhere. Or commands.
Hello, Mr. Leningrad.
Alright, can confirm it does shoot under 8.9.
I'd be very confused if it didn't.
Is this a 3-3? How do you check if the ship has multiple hulls in port to avoid saps? Yeah, so I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean by multiple hulls? What do you mean by saps? An R-class. It is an R-class.
In fact, we've got two R, but they're the same ship. Just with different names under different names.
I'm just checking.
Because that's historic.
I think I understand the question, but I just want to check whether they mean what I think they mean. You did, but it seems you're getting more ricochets at long range. Yeah, that may be true. Because the angle of incidence is going to increase. So because the shells fall more vertically at range, that may well be true. But it's very complicated because the armor plates are considered in 3 dimensions. So it's not only is it the angle to you and your gun, but it's also, you know, like, is the plate like dipping in, turning out? Like, what's the orientation of the plate, as well as its thickness and angle of the ship to you, and so on. Chat, I cannot give you an in-depth description of AP penetration mechanics while I'm playing the game. I'm really sorry. I do have some links, some commands that you can look at underneath the stream. You can get links to stuff that I've made in the past. Right now, I am broadsiding 2 battleships and I need to not be, so just excuse me for a second if you would. But please look at the commands underneath the stream because they're there for that exact reason. I've made little clips on this before. Snap doesn't damage the ships who have hull armor and citadel armor, so they give no damage. That is not true. You need to go and watch the video on SAP. That is not how that works. Watch the videos titled Armor, HE, and SAP. Go secondaries. Yeah, this doesn't exactly have a lot of secondaries. I think people who secondary spec this are going to be sad. The main guns seem to work fine though. RT is a bit of a case of RTFM, yeah. If only there was an M to RT.
Yeah, but if we made a full comprehensive guide to the game, it would be so thick it would have an appreciable impact on your ship's armor.
And it's true. No, they are simpler than reality, that is true. Okay, I'm gonna turn out. I'm getting myself into a bit of a crossfire because these guys are pushed. Nagato needs to go. Oh god, the turret turn on this is terrible.
It has been buffed.
Has it though?
Or it will be buffed.
The HA for Mantis has improved Dumguff. Love Dumguff. What's Dumguff?
Big fan of Dumguff. Bunker works in Reedland. I think he's just got mad.
I think he's making things up.
They've already started the Christmas sales.
Damage. What is Dumguff? Damage. Damage matters, girlfriend. With a head shake. That's what that is now. Damage matters, girlfriend. That's gonna suck. That did suck, yep. Don't make you snap your fingers. Stop saying dumb guff. Well, I have to say the AP works just fine, even if the HE is enhanced. Do the next match with a survivability build, 13-14 point survivability build, and see how that works. right now I can't say that the secondaries have really done very much. I think it's one of those kind of ships. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Dodging.
The index finger was kind of busy shooting things. I did a mental index finger. Not tested the 9.5 range. I don't think it will give it to me. I don't think it exists.
Screechings
Ow.
outside my apartment. I think a train just slammed on its brake.
Oh.
Which is somewhat concerning because there's a train station near where I live.
Let's hope they stopped in time.
Well, it was screeching and then nothing. If it had been screech, screech, crunch, I would have been more concerned.
So Bob, the critical thing that you need to understand is that for HE and SAP, range is... Well, okay. For H... So immediately it gets complicated. I was about to say, HE and SAP, range is irrelevant. That's not entirely true for SAP. For HE, range is irrelevant. Other than just hitting the ship, range is irrelevant. Pen is pen is pen. The angle of the armor plating is completely irrelevant. For AP, range is very important because range decreases both penetration, but it also increases the angle of incidence of the shell as it falls onto the ship. Whereas at short ranges, the ballistics are going to be more flat. SAP is kind of halfway in between because the pen doesn't change with range, but the angle of incidence changes with range, and that might cause something to bounce when it wouldn't have otherwise done. Because SAP mechanics are a mixture of HE mechanics and AP mechanics. And so you really need to wrap your head around the difference between the mechanics for HE, SAP, and AP. Because once you understand the order in which calculations are done and what happens, then you'll understand what you're seeing. So you need to be, if you really want to learn the mechanics, I'm not saying you have to do this to enjoy the game, but if you want to understand the game, you want to understand why you're seeing what you're seeing, you need to be able to quote the order in which the calculations are done and like what those things are in terms of penetration and bounce angles and damage and all those kind of things. And what happens as AP goes through different plates and things like that. And the wargaming videos do a really good job of explaining that. The wiki also explains it. Plunging fire is a thing because when AP hits a plate, the calculation is between the angle of incidence of the shell and the angle of the plate. And so if there is a flat plate like a deck and a shell is falling down onto it, the calculation is done for the falling shell onto the flat deck. So yeah. Plunging fire is the thing.
Because the ranges and distance in the game are exaggerated in both ways, plunging fire isn't something that you really can rely on, and only a specific number of ships can really benefit from it. The most common example would be North Carolina, because she's got quite short gun barrels, so her shells are quite slow. But she has good range, so the shells kind of go up and then come down a lot more vertically.
You can actually, if you go onto a third-party tool, like for example, my favorite one, which is shiptool.st, I've just put the link in Twitch. You can actually see at various ranges the estimated angle of incidence of the shell. And that will help you to see how likely it is that you will get some kind of plunging fire onto a horizontal surface effect. Because with the vast majority of ships, at the maximum ranges that they can shoot at, that angle of incidence is still going to be shallower than 45 degrees. And so you're better off shooting the side of the ship.
And then it also depends on the armor layout of what ship you're shooting at, because certain ships are more or less vulnerable to shells coming in at that sort of angle. German battleships are particularly vulnerable to long-range hits.
Wixatron, by the way, thank you very much for helping Kesso on YouTube. That's much appreciated. Right, let's do more of a standard, like, tanky kind of build here.
I maintain Leone's fire chance was purely based on the heat shells generated in re-entry. That's actually quite simple, Grant. Is that AP shells have to penetrate a specified thickness of armor before the fuse starts. Once the fuse is activated, it has a timer until the shell explodes. So an overpen is either a shell passing through too thin plate to arm, or it clears the target before the fuse runs out.
You only just figured out how to get YouTube to let you comment. Have you are you using like bad language? Or were you making comments, not chats? Because you can do both at the same time. I think the ability to comment on a VOD after it's gone live is still there while it's live, which is kind of stupid because it means that you can leave comments and chat messages.
Yes, Bob Bed. Like, welcome to. Like I said, our game is an arcade game, and the mechanics are simplified. But those mechanics, when it comes to ballistics, are somewhat rooted in reality.
The details of your name not being right. Huh. Wixtron is now new top of the Clipper leaderboard and has the golden clappers. Congratulations, Wix, on getting the golden clappers. Inspired by true physics.
Inspired by physics. Like that series For All Mankind. What if
You're the top of Bin's clip leaderboard.
Oh dear.
After this game chat, I think we will be taking a little break and I will do a giveaway.
I will go to sleep.
Yay. Because you didn't have a fun day.
Oh no, I did.
Bin's day was fine. The Midnight Triple Tirpitz Division. Yay.
It's just like, oh boy. They're not going to run it down a flank, are they?
For the people on YouTube, that giveaway will be on Twitch. Bin had a spicy day, which I caused. Partially.
Posh. I also had to do a lot of writing. Because responsibilities got moved around, so I had to cover for some things. Yes, Jerry, thank you for that.
They will be more spicy when people... Have you booked off, I guess it would be Thursday
tomorrow?
For you? Yeah.
Oh, it's going to start tomorrow because NA gets the update.
No. I genuinely think that there's going to be a lot of people who are raising tickets and
we will point them to at every single point where we said they were going.
I'm assuming that you have already anticipated this and have already got like copy paste stuff that you can just send to people.
I'm sure the CS team has.
Because it's going to happen. Where's my ships gone? You've stolen my ships. I pay for those.
Grant, Telsenegg, it's like, I didn't need to see Stats' messaging to know that this would be problematic because I'm the one who announced them. Nothing, Tyler. Most people are actually quite happy.
Yeah, no, seriously, one of the other CCs actually gave some very positive feedback in the announcements channel, in the feedback channel yesterday that I agree with. There's a lot of good stuff in the updates and the dev blogs coming up.
Yes, Tyler. The Asma, all those ships are gone tomorrow for NA.
Except there'll be a whole tranche of people who don't realize that's about to happen. Despite the fact that every article has said these are being removed. That the tech tree says these are being removed.
No one can claim we didn't tell them.
No. Literally in the tech tree. I can't even use my usual criticism of it's only in the articles, because it's not. It's in the game as well.
Yeah. So the ships get removed, all the modules are demounted for free, and you keep the port slot.
How generous.
Given I spent like 4 months writing feedback about people, like we had a bunch of complaints that there was no free port slots anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I write this like constantly in the feedback. Like, players would like port slots to be in the more port slots to be able to get for free. So we start adding them into like the event pubs with like 2 in the free track, 2 in the paid track. And now we've got people complaining, oh, I've got too many port slots.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, people.
I wanted to say words. Not nice words, too.
But did you catch any of the same people saying we need more port slots? Oh, you did. I was going to say, it's probably two different groups of people, isn't it? We know.
I have a list, Stat.
Oh, you have lists. So chat, when you ask for things and then you get them, Bin knows. And then if you complain about it, he knows.
Even those of you who have different Twitch names to your Discord names. Wixatron.
Oh.
Herod.
Okay, so I could actually do that. There's no reason why I couldn't have things like Hydrate Command or whatever on YouTube. The problem is coordinating between 2 platforms would be a little bit tricky. I could do it technically. And generally speaking, I'm not expecting anyone to actually watch on YouTube. I might have to reassess that actually. We recently have been getting a few people hanging out, so.
The enemy has broken through.
Because there are like 100 times more people on Twitch right now than YouTube. Which is how I expected it to be. What's the 3 lines? Yeah, I don't know that either, actually.
Ow. Well, I encountered the Tirpitzes. Tirpitzi? Tirpitzai.
I decided a long time ago the plural of Tirpitz is Tirpitzu.
Pitsu.
Tirpitzu.
Very good, sir. No, I just get on occasion Tom asking for a shimmer with reload boost. No. Bad Tom.
Tirpitzes, no, Tirpitzu. Another acceptable variation is Tirpitzii.
Tirpitzacino.
Tirpitzacino. It's like something you'd pay £15 for in Camden.
In a weird Navy-themed boutique coffee shop.
Exactly. That'd probably actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, put it near Belfast.
Like yeah. Have different drinks named after like ships and battles and.
Hey, well, there goes 2 of the Tirpitzes.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Canton recently. It had been nuked. To change, really.
There's a cruiser down there. There it is. Hello, buddy.
Now this is an interesting one, Prayer, because I've seen players. I've seen people have like this. Either they love the change or they hate the change. Because what we've not released yet is how long your modules are out of action. Like, we could make it so long that it basically is completely destroyed. Sure, it's a major buff to DDs and ships with torpedoes.
Ben, are you dead?
Because everyone... Yes, I got rushed by 3 turpits.
Only we'd known that they were there at the beginning of the game.
Yes, kill the Leander.
Only we could have predicted that 3 turbises who spawned in the middle of the map would push. Only that was a thing that we could have predicted.
I positioned to counter them, but they all came at once. They didn't do the classic...
I have to stop you there. Do we think perhaps... do we think perhaps that I positioned to stop 3 pushing turpitses may have been an error in judgment? I'm not taking away from you the fact that you positioned to stop 3 pushing turpitses. I'm just questioning whether that's wise.
Like, it's a buff to destroyers, it's a buff to German ships.
He's ignoring me.
No, I'm not. I'm just
yes, you are.
Choosing to not respond to it.
That's the same thing.
No, I acknowledge you're saying it. I just
No,
choose
you
not
didn't.
to comment. I have not deployed selective hearing.
Uh-huh. Ow.
Yeah. Yes, so like the change is a buff to destroyers, it's a buff to German battle cruisers, buff to Scharnhorst, and 43. It's a nerf to carriers because it means that if you have to deal with a ship at the end of the game, its AA will probably still be much more effective.
Yeah.
The change affects all weapon systems. It doesn't impact like engine and stuff because you can't have your engine destroyed. True, Wonga. But, like I said, like we haven't gone through and like hard decided how long the module will be critically damaged. We might have it so long that if you're doing a 1v1 in a Des Moines in a competitive game, it doesn't matter that it will come back, because you'll be dead anyway.
Yeah. Now being bullied.
You're a CC in a test ship, what did you expect?
They're
You'd
mostly
think of the
harmless.
fact that I've subbed to you for like 79 months that you'd have learnt this by now.
Yeah, no, that's true. Right. Harriet, are you gonna leave me alone now? Are you gonna... No? No, you're not. Okay, cool. That's great. You broke your hello? Oh, you did, didn't you? That's your own damn fault.
How do you break a hello?
He keeps changing his name.
Oh. Oh.
And my code requires him to have the same username. What is the ship? This is Royal Sovereign. It will be a premium. It's the End of World War II event, available in the Admiral bundle for 19,344 doubloons in the Armory, or $77 in the premium shop, as well as in the End of World War II containers. He says, reading Misty's notes. It's, in theory, a secondary battleship. However, I think you'll be better off not doing that. The secondaries are not really anything to write home about. However, played as a survivability build. Although, actually, in my secondary game I did better, but that was just because of the main guns. Just as like a standard battleship build, it will be fine. As you enter the giveaway, you will know when it starts. Please believe me when I say it is very obvious.
All I'm going to say to Alcinaga is, like, I joined the company and then we get Valparaiso, which is an extreme bin ship and it's a Vanguard.
As if you didn't have anything to do with that coming out.
Hydrate.
You're right, I complained quite strongly when I saw the model. It's like, why did you give it American secondaries? Why?
No, Tyler. Tyler can't find it.
No, he's found it.
Yes, the giveaway will sound a bit like that. A bunch of people have just run from the toilet, tripping over their pants on the way.
StatsBloke is not liable for any dental reconstruction required when you fall from with your trousers.
Aslan, hi. Okay, this is still winnable. Trousers are unnecessary. Oh, you're also in the no trousers at home camp. I like it. Why'd you go back there, Royal? Because if the Hughes had wandered into a torp and died, there would have been no one to decap them. That's why. Also, I am hard-spotted by the Independents. How is that physically possible? Where is he? Did he come up the 2 line? He's there. Stealth carrier, yeah. These two are going to die to the Colorado. Hello! And overpens. I'm going to get secondary in Independence. What is my secondary ranking? 6.5. However, we do 23 knots, so it's going to take a little while to get there.
Yes. Ironically, the Royal Navy had built the Queen Elizabeths, which were supposed to be faster than regular battleships. Then the Treasury got involved.
I actually didn't look at the fuse time, if anyone knows.
I think it's regular. So it'll be like Vanguard fused.
Urban Hangman resubbed for 55 months total at tier 2.
Carrier death goes out to Hangman. No, it didn't because I didn't kill him. No secondary hits. Yeah, the secondaries aren't great, and there's not very many of them. But by all means, secondary spec it when you get it, but...
It's a premium, so you can have a secondary commander and a regular commander.
Can I get a secondary kill, though? Yes, I can.
Yeah.
That secondary battleship kill goes out to... Urban Hangman. Thank you very much for the 55 months. Thank you very much for the tier 2. Very kind.
20k damage, well done,
sir. Yeah, it's fine. It's I like it. It's fine. The turret turn is a bit slow. It's slow, but like it's fine. Nothing wrong with it. It also has a B turret that looks like some kind of frog.
I'm sure the director of naval construction who has designed these additional AA fittings to its B turret was intentionally looking for the.
Hang on,
frog.
we can make this better. Hang on, green. There we go. Now it actually looks like a frog. There's a bunch of people right now going, no, it doesn't. All right, chat. What?
Welcome to the era of there's space. Put a gun on it.
This is a large flat surface with no guns on it. What are we doing? Good night, Ben. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your historical insight.
Good night.
Good night. Have a good day, Jim.
And you too. Sleep at least.
I know I will, absolutely. All right. The people who are currently watching ads won't hear this, but I'm going to take a break now. And then when I come back, we're going to do a giveaway. The giveaway is going to be for some CC crates and some bonus bundles as usual. But if you're watching on YouTube, you need to come over to Twitch. You don't have to stay over here, but if you want to participate, you need to come over to Twitch. Because you cannot enter from YouTube. Hobbit Buster, thank you very much. You don't actually need to have the video open. All you need to do is just open the chat window. You don't even need to have the video open. Hobbit Buster, thank you very much for the 21 months and the tier 2 as well. It's very kind of you. Thank you, both of you. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. It's Ramiz. It is Ramiz, unfortunately. Yep. He does hang around. Thank you very much for the follows today as well, everyone who has followed. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back with the giveaway very shortly. And then I'll probably play 1 or 2 more games in Royal Sovereign. And then we can talk about what you want to see, because we've got potentially Lartigue and Barfleur and Archangels to look at as well if you want me to. Or I can go back to Laffy. I suspect that's the one that most people are interested in. So we could go back to Laffy. I might make a drink, so I might be a few minutes. You think I'll like Bioflare? Yeah, if it's a torpedo destroyer. Sounds pretty good. We could look at that. So if I do this, right? Yeah, and then we maybe we could just do like the Barovian tickle fingers. Maybe we could do that. Can we maybe like, yeah, there we go. Yeah. No, that, no, what do you, no, that, no, that's yeah. And complaints in chat, despite the fact that they just literally got snuck up on by Bismarck in 3,
Mini Hannibal
2.
65 said,
Instead of adults, I only eat midgets.
Did you see that timing? Did you see that? A Bismarck. You literally let a Bismarck sneak up on you. Maybe? 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 Someone must have clipped. Told us not to. When I say don't clip something, what I actually mean is clip it, right? Could we just make that absolutely clear? No, not exactly many. There's another character on the server called Tugboat Billy, who is using exactly that voice. Yeah, Cringer for Dingus is not exactly that. The extra is a really fun chip, but I fear the fun comes from its penis. Oh, I just said penis. Don't clip that. I'm still alive, you all suck. Chat, sit. Stay. What? Excuse me? Hello? Okay, that I don't understand. Why did my ping bounce off him? His DCP had finished. That is so buggy. How am I doing? You okay? Oh, that's good. Scar, you've got that. If you don't have map control, you have to kill things quickly. And this flatty being next to me is not great because that means that we don't have any angles and everything can easily angle against us. They're currently not. They're actually broadsiding us, but that's what happened when you broadside a Missouri. Taste of freedom.
Son of a chicken farmer's auntie.
Said he auntie, see?
Oddly specific.
There might be people in their 20s watching. Okay, okay, this is not going to be a great game. Oh, ow. Why did I do that? Just burst my eardrums. Okay. Apologies for the delay. Let me find my spreadsheet. We are going to do a giveaway. The giveaway is going to be for 3 bonus bundles and 2 CC crates. If you would like to be in with a chance of winning this giveaway, you need to be over on Twitch, because unfortunately it's not very easy for me to run giveaways on both platforms at once. Maybe eventually I'll be able to do that. Not right now. You need to make sure that you are following Twitch. You could also pop over to YouTube and drop a subscription over there as well. It's free. This is for World of Warships PC version, not Legends. Had that a few times recently. This is for 3 bonus bundles. The bonus bundles contain 10 of each of the blue boosters and 10 subscriber camos for a total of 40 items with no RNG whatsoever. CC crates, there's going to be 2 of those. I'm going to draw them from the same pool. And they can contain all sorts of things, including potentially a tier 8 ship. And we have had someone had a Roma a couple of weeks ago, so that was cool. You need to know where your whispers are on Twitch, because that's how we're going to get the code to you. It is 1 entry per human, please. The giveaway command is !bloke away. Thank you very much for the follows. And you can do that in the next 60 seconds, starting from now. Not a sponsor. You can sponsor you. It's seen better days, but I really like it. I love this sort of, like, when you get a metal mug or something. I love this, like, patina. Really like that. Honestly, I don't mind showing the name. They're just not a sponsor right now. Oh my god, it's the safety bunny. Black duct tape? I actually do have black gorilla tape. Bit of scuffing? Exactly. It's not supposed to be an insulator. It's not. It's not even pretending to be insulated. It's just a metal container. I really like it. Because you can. I just like metal cups because you can beat them up. Like I can put a blender in this if I'm making a shake or something. I can use like a 1 blender and I don't have to worry about scratching it because it's just like metal. All right. Close. So I'm going to draw the 3 bonus bundles, but don't go anywhere. Then we'll draw the CC crates. MTN. RAF Manta A. And Wixatron. You are the winners of the bonus bundles. Send you all whispers. Usual drill, in-game name and server. Wix again, I know, right? Rigged. Actually, MTN again as well, I think. Pretty sure. Manta, you need to go and find your whispers if you can. Wix and MTM, that should be you sorted. Manta, if you're having trouble, let me know. I guess I'll draw the CC crates. Is it possible for... No, if you... because the bot will only pull a person from the pool once. So if you win a bonus bundle, you can't then win a CC crate. Birdicris and Jerry, you are the winners of the CC crates. Usual drill. I think in, because at the moment I'm using Moobot, I think that's actually configurable within Moobot. I think I could make it draw multiples. And I'm probably going to... Security feature, so Manta, if it's asking you to do the phone number thing, stop. Don't continue with that. Just give me your in-game name and server in the main chat, and then I will whisper you the code, because you should be able to receive the code, but you won't be able to reply to me. So just pop your in-game name in the main chat. And I will send you a code. Chris, there you go. Gary. There you go. Brilliant, Manta. Thank you. Give me a sec. Yeah, so Manta, you should get a whisper with the code. If you don't, let me know. Should arrive just fine. Because all that security feature stops you doing is sending whispers. You should be able to receive them fine. Oh, right. Beautiful. Good luck to the CC crate winners.
Joke from Sam the Cossack.
I just got a new 16.667 MHz processor. It takes a minute.
Uh-huh. I'm guessing there are 16.667 millihertz in a second. Sorry, in a minute. Is that correct? Good joke. Geeky joke. 100,000 free XP, Jerry. It's a bit nice. Fantastic. Is she saying the number in German? Because she's German. Nerds. People can spam whisper you, but you can't whisper them back. No, they can't. So I love that feature. It's slightly annoying occasionally when I'm doing giveaways, because sometimes people can't write to me. But when they introduced that feature, what was it, like 6 months ago? Did you win? No, you did not. When they introduced that feature around Christmas, the number of spam whispers that I receive went from like 20 a day, because I'm a partnered account, so I get all the targeting, to literally 0. I haven't had a single bot, you know, here's a dodgy link, would you like to buy my artwork message in the last 8 months. And I was getting so many a day. That feature is amazing, because it means that you can't do that thing that people were doing where they're just programmatically creating accounts using the API and then using those programmatically created accounts to spam messages until they get deleted and then creating a new one. Because that's what people were doing. And so it was just this runaway spam machine, and it was a real problem. So now, it's great. Grant anticipating me going, oh, that's the third rarest prize. So I love that that phone verification thing, because it's massively cut down on the amount of spam that I get to 0 practically. The only whispers I get now are from people. Humans. 50 cameras after your Roma or whatever it was. Yep. Runaway Spam Machine is a good band name. Okay. What we'll do, I'll play Royal Sovereign once more because we've done 2 games. I'll stick with this sort of survivability build, although I can only put a 14-point captain on it right now. But that's probably what you're going to be playing with roughly at this tier anyway. And then I'll probably move on to Buffalo. This is not my Royal Sovereign, this is a rental because the patch hasn't hit yet. So the ships that come out on a Monday before an update are always rentals. Because the ship hasn't actually come out yet properly. Whereas the ones that come out mid-update, those are immediately mine. Bottom tier again, yay. Not my sovereign. That political movement, which I have some sympathy for. They've chosen a color, right? So their color scheme. I forget what the actual name of the organization is. Is it not my king or not my monarch? They have chosen a color, which is, it's like, I don't know. It looks like a really dodgy curry or like cat puke. Like the most disgusting yellow you can possibly imagine. I guess it's visible. It's horrible. API.gifparty.co. Legitimate for what? Legitimate for gift parties? Probably. Tomato soup throwing bottom feeders. Why tomato soup? I guess it's colourful. No, why not a nice minestrone? A nice oxtail. Mulligatawny, that's what you want. Something with a bit of splatter. Gazpacho. Your security software blocked a connection. Oh, bleep bloop. Oh no. Board is under attack. Well, Delaware. They have a Colorado Scharnhorst Duke of York division. What's with all the triple battleship divisions today? I am spotted. An Utner Pistimmship. That's the French one, right? Right. I remember. Canonically, Batman's favorite soup is mulligatawny. It's a nice soup. I like mulligatawny. Right, we're gonna try the, what was it? Dumfug. Damage matters. No, Dumguff. Damage matters, girlfriend. Do I have a Yamato icon? Don't have a Yamato icon? Not sure what you mean. What is the Yamato icon? Oh, you mean this? Probably because the ship's not released yet. Might just be a placeholder. Because the content doesn't get added to the game until next update. It's still technically unreleased. Barley? I thought you were going to say like barley to drink. But so barley how? Like barley as a grain? because I quite regularly have pearl barley. Pearl barley is really nice in a stew or as a salad. Barley edible, yeah. Straight grains, interesting. Ah. Yeah, I've used pearl barley for years. It's a really, really good addition to stews. It takes a very long time to cook, so you have to be, it has to be the right kind of stew. Can't be like a quick sort of summer stew, it has to be one that's going to cook for a while. Or you can make it in advance, I guess. It takes a good, like 45 minutes. Yeah, no, it's really good. I use it for, like root vegetable stews, because I like to use quite big chunks of vegetables in stews. But then you need something in the sort of, in the liquid, so it's not just like huge chunks of vegetables in a liquid. And the pearl barley really sort of gives that sauce a sort of a texture of its own. As well as, you know, barley bringing the benefits of being a whole grain. It's good. Goes well with sort of like creamy kind of things as well. You're gonna make like a, put it in stroganoff before. I know that's not traditional, but it's quite well. Well, the HE seems to be working pretty well so far. Analog Gorm, how you doing? No fire prevention. Yeah, it is a bit like tapioca, yeah. What is tapioca made from? Is tapioca a grain itself? Because there's like semolina, which is not... I can never remember what the various like pudding grains are made from. Because here, tapioca and semolina are both traditional desserts. Oh, it's arrowroot. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, when I was in schools, both semolina and tapioca were both served as desserts. Right, I think we'll finally get the Delaware. I mean, we can chase, but I need to be careful I don't end up being bottom tier at the front. Instead of court massage, yeah, that makes sense. What would Bin do? What would Bernard do? 23 knots does not chase well, but in this case, as a bottom tier battleship, that's probably not a bad thing. I'm actually just trying it out, CLTMPy. So during the first match and a half, I didn't know that this had improved AT. So I'm just doing an experiment just to see what it's like. The AP is fine. 381mm tier 7 AP. It's fine. But apparently this has good HE, so I thought I'd try it. Speed boost? Some ridiculous short-term speed boost. Like hitting a Nox button. Go from 23 knots up to like 40. But only for like 10 seconds. What's improved? I don't know. I was just told by chat that it is improved. So I'm trusting Twitch chat, because Twitch chat is, as we know, never wrong about anything. But you should definitely go and verify those facts that I have been told. It wouldn't be the first time that Twitch has told me something, turns out not to be true. Yeah, the pen is definitely improved, so 95mm. So, yeah, no, you can definitely operate with HE with this. Bye, Lion! Cool. So, for those of you who missed earlier, we played a bit of Laffy, which is going to be the dockyard in the next dockyard. Laffy sits, to use Bin's words, Laffy sits halfway between gearing and burrows. That sits between the two tier 10s. It has HE not, oh sorry, it has AP not SAP, and it has a burst fire, a bit like the Spanish cruisers. It has quite a short store of smoke because it's got that on-off smoke that the new branch has. And so it's kind of like a mixture between the old and the new lines, but it's 127mm. The ballistics are not very good. And it's interesting. It is pretty much exactly what you'd expect for something that sits between the two lines. And like most dockyard ships, I think it seems to be pretty well balanced. Burrows, Marcos. So yeah, it's kind of interesting if you like the high tier Americans. Sorry, I'm really tired today, by the way. I didn't sleep last night, so my brain is taking a long time to actually say words. Apologies for that. Also, we've just finished playing Royal Sovereign, a few games. This one's going to be premium from the World War II event that is coming up in the next patch. This one is, the recommended build in the game is secondary spec, but I don't recommend that you do that. I recommend you go down the tank build kind of way of doing things, because the secondaries are not that good. But as a tank build, it seems to work quite fine. I've been playing it with a 14-point commander. Totally fine. I've had 3-4 pretty good games. So this one we quite like. Just a good all-rounder. But now we're going to move on to Barfleur, which sounds French, but it's not. So we'll do the usual thing, I guess. Let's just make sure we have one as well from Misty, 31st of July. Got that one. Beautiful. Alright. Let's put these in order. 8th of the 5th, 31st, 7th, 2nd of the 7th, 3rd of the 7th. And I'm about to find out, Lemon Curd, because this is the first time I have ever even thought about this ship, so we're going to discover it together. Barfleur, Tier 9, British destroyer. This is going to be also in the End of World War II event. It's going to be available in an Admiral bundle that includes a destruction effect, a new destruction effect, and much more. Or a lot of doubloons, or a lot of money, as well as in containers. The only member of the battle class to see service with the Royal Navy in World War II. She was present at Tokyo Bay for the Japanese surrender ceremony. She went on to continue her service post-war, taking part in the Spithead Naval Review to commemorate the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. Later, she took part in British naval actions as part of the Suez Crisis before being placed into the reserve in 1958 and scrapped in 1966. In battle in the game, Barfleur is the first torpedo-focused British destroyer. Like me, a torpedo-focused ship. She carries her historical forward-only gun armament, meaning her gun-based firepower is limited compared to other destroyers at her tier. Like other British destroyers, she retains the ability to single-launch her torpedoes, but additionally, her torpedo launchers reload sequentially. That's cool. One after another, coupled with their fast reload in general, this will mean that Barfleur will almost always have some torpedoes ready, but it will take quite a while to reload her full 10 tubes. The torpedoes themselves are average in their terms of their alpha damage, speed, and range. Similar to other high-tier Royal Navy destroyers, she carries both a repair party and a smokescreen, but trades hydro for an engine boost. She also has good concealment, which will be vital for her long-term survival, as she lacks the ability to shoot her way out of trouble. Barfleur might be the ship of choice for those who enjoy torpedo playstyle. I do, that's me. With good chances to stay safe while taking some risks. Changes. Barfleur, torpedo real time reduced, so it got buffed. Torpedo range increased, so it got buffed. That's a pretty big buff. Okay. Then this is just announcing the event. And then torpedo time increased. Okay, so they buffed it a little bit and then they brought it back down again. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign that it's balanced. We ended up with 12k torps, by the looks of it. However, that last change may not have actually been implemented in this version of the ship. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? So that's the way that submarines reload, right? So you get the opportunity, or it's a little bit like the way Kitakami works, where you can either like save up the reloads and like reload, and then just vomit torps into the water, or you can put them out in little dribs and drabs. So it's kind of interesting. I quite like that. I don't ever want to see a surface ship that has homing torpedoes. Having that submarine style reload is pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so let's have a look. So we've got recommended upgrades being torpedo focused. That makes sense. Looks like it gets built-in acceleration, which is cool. You've made me div leader. Oh my god, the responsibility. Okay, so we get a heal. We get an 8% 2 minutes speed boost. And then I'm going to need to make a new captain probably, because I won't have a British torpedo spec captain, because that's just not a thing yet. However, I probably don't have like a legendary command that I would want to change, so let's just use Claude here. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's a French-sounding name and a French-sounding captain. Pretty funny. Thank you very much for the follows. Right, so we're gonna go with the short British has got a heel though. Normally I wouldn't take that on a talk boat. As it's got a heel, I think we might do that. The thing is, then I end up doing that, which I guess is fine. Oh, no, it's actually the recommended build. Okay, I wasn't looking. Oh, that's very validating. Okay, cool. I think I would like to take these skills. Oh, those are the recommended skills. There we go. So let's have a look. So these should be 12k in theory. Yep, 12k. 16,767 damage. We get 2 Quinn launchers, which are going to load sequentially. Although that's not listed in the port, which is interesting. I was expecting to see the like the number of loaders there, but we get 2 double 113mm main battery guns. We get 1 secondary. 1.6 5-second reload. Yeah, so we're not doing any gunboating. 5.6 concealment. 35.7 knots. Very short turning circle once again. Yeah, 5.6. But this is a pure torp boat. You're not shooting your way out of a paper bag in this thing.
Stats, Diaz Wax wants flashcard challenge, choose deck. They chose high, country outlines.
Very quickly, because we're in the middle of doing a new ship. Which country? I'm gonna get chroma keyed. Started doing this since I started using a proper green screen. Again. Which country is the missing hole? Don't know how well you can see that. It's also the camera that you're the first person to redeem this for like a year. Since I've changed my setup a bit. Don't have the camera I used to use for this. What's the whole country? I'm impressed you lot can actually see what that is. Yeah, that's what I was expecting people to say. Can't see it, Stats. Gonna get retired very shortly. That make it easier. I'm waiting for the person who redeemed it to answer. France? No, what's the missing one? What's this? The hole where you can see the trees through it. What country is that? My arm's getting tired. It's Sweden. It's Sweden. Most chat got it wrong. It's Sweden. Thank you very much for the redeem. Yeah, those are going to get retired soon. Because frankly, that's the 3rd time we've gone through that deck now. Okay. But soon we will have a new one, which is, I have a book of pub quiz questions. I'm considering making it a once a week thing. We do a pub quiz. Theme chains A. So I don't have an access to any event camos right now. But I do have access to the sort of like type 10 camos. So that's a nice blue. I like. All right. I think we are ready. Let's give it a whirl. I can't think of another RN ship that has that blue. How is a pub quiz? One is in a pub.
McCullman used their Prime sub here for the first time ever.
What did he just say?
A very warm welcome to McCullman. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
Aaron, what is that thing in the middle? What is that thing in the middle? Because that quite clearly says McCullman. But he said like McCullman. McCullman. Thank you very much. Excuse my bot. He's not that competent. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. That is extremely kind of you. Welcome. You will get no ads the next month. Thank you very much for using your Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, or someone you know in your family perhaps, who doesn't watch Twitch has Amazon Prime, you can use that Amazon Prime to get a free sub that you can use anywhere on Twitch once a month. And it counts the same for both you and the streamer as a normal tier 1 sub, more or less. You'll get their emotes, you get any of their sub perks, you get no ads. Curious how this works. If I do this. Oh, it's sequential as in it's one launcher followed by the other launcher. Right, okay, so it's not the same as a submarine. Okay, that wasn't explained very well in the dev block. I was expecting it to be singly loading the torpedoes. It's not. It's loading one launcher, then the other launcher. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I was thinking, I was explaining it as being sort of like equivalent to Kitakami, but no, it's literally the same as Kitakami. Yeah, you can single launch. That's the bit that confused me. I was wondering whether maybe it was going to work like, whether it was going to work like, literally like a submarine where it's loading the individual loaders. Thanks for that. It's Tsushima all the way over there. Alright then, that gives me the green light to go and get the Ohio. Oh, you think there's something there? Really? I guess there could be. Can I gumbo Oshima? I doubt it, no. Those look like Grozhevite jobs? Not a sub? No, but there's no reason why that mechanic couldn't end up on a destroyer. Oh, it's the Halford. Looks like we're going. Hiya. Bit longer than normal RNDD? Yeah, I think it is slightly. Not sure what it's equivalent to. 70, it looks like Pan-Asian. 70, 33, 95, that feels like a union. Templar's getting a bit beat up. I can't get anywhere near this Ohio, it just keeps reversing. Oh, fuck. The Shima's inside my range. Or the Halford. Yeah, I'm not pushing that. That Ohio can reverse to the end of the earth. I'm going to go and see if I can top this Yamato. Yeah, it seems very seems very similar to Pan-Asian. Ooh, that Grozhevoy is kind of pushed a little bit deeper. Technically, the Mutsu has single load torpedoes. I mean, I guess so. I don't think it has much choice in the matter, to be honest. I think that was it. What, the smoke? Yeah, it would have been considered, obviously, but why they did that, I don't know. Yeah, well, I'm the one with the hit points, so I guess I'm the one doing the shooting. Give a smoke. Bad time to come in the smoke screen. Oh, I could have single fired through that gap, I just realized. It's fine. Maximum adrenaline rush. Coming this way! I can't hit it with my torso because it's behind the ice thing. Technical difficulties? No. It's a tactically... it's my usual Venom tactic. Lose all your health so you get faster reload. Oh, Halford, no, now. Oh, God. Why? That was the sign of Templar dying. I've managed to get through that without having any spotting. How am I? I'm extremely tired for the reasons I won't go into again, but I'm fine. I do need to sleep. My brain is not working right now. I'm here in body, but not in mind. Ooh, our destroyer pool is not looking too great right now. Lights are on, but everyone's drunk, something like that. Well, these torpedo angles are very British. It's cool. It's interesting to me as a torpedo destroyer. It's just that this match is like the worst case scenario. In terms of all the big stuff stays at the back, and then it's got stuff that's very scary in front of its screening. But this ship is very exciting to me as a lover of torpedo destroyers because of that. And the fact that the reload is so short. Red circles are good. Red circles are great. It does, however, have a hydro, which I forgot about, so I'm dead now. And there's a destroyer behind me, which is even better. I clicked. Did it? Yep, it did. Okay, good. Speedy, but it's not reloading both loaders at once. It's only reloading one, so it's Kitakami style reload. So you're not getting the reload on two once. You're getting the reload on one. So read the reload against one loader, not against two loaders. Right, let's try and get a battle where I can actually get to something that I can torp. Be cool. Because it's big. Having a hydro isn't a torpedo shield. Like, unless you're moving, you can't dodge. And he stopped. Seeing the torps and dodging the torps are two very different things. If this shit comes out of ranked at 50, it's not. This ship is not going to 50. A Friday challenge, yeah. No, it's not going to 50, which of course means it's going to go to like 28. But frankly, assuming that I do like this, as I think I do, even if this ends up dropping under 50, it means I get to play it more, so that's fine. Given what we're against, I'm going to go and try and cap. I've been thin on torp boats to ronk. Yeah, certainly. Because there just haven't been any. Because Wargaming are on a bit of a secondaries and DPM fetish thing at the moment. They've not been doing torp boats. Even the torp boats have been not torp boats, if you see what I mean. My thoughts on Plymouth? Plymouth's pretty cool. It's not a ship that I've played a lot. If you like the other British light sort of smoking cruisers, you know, your Minotaurs, your Neptunes, Belfast, then you'll probably like it because it's an interesting combination of the features. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. Are you thinking about getting it? Have you played the others? Have you played similar ships? Playstyle is very similar. If you can play PG, Edinburgh, Neptune, Minotaur, very similar. Eve the Chief, thank you very much for the raid. Why do people always raid me just as I'm about to do something? Either I'm about to do something really dangerous, or I've just died horribly. Those are the only two situations under which I get raided. Thank you very much, Eve. It's nice to meet you. I'm assuming you're playing ships. I'm assuming you're playing ships. You love dangerous things. Yeah, we're having a look at Barfleur, which will be out for you guys later this week as part of the End of World War II event. It is a torpedo-focused British destroyer, which is very cool. It's Minotaur. So thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I will, if anyone's got any questions about this, I will try to answer them, but I am currently in a cap, so my ability to read chat is kind of limited right now. How was, yeah, 5.6 is pretty cool. What was your stream? What were you up to? I think this again might push me. But I am gonna get the cap. How do you have absolutely nothing out there? Okay, the Jaeger's in the cap. The Jaeger's gonna go in as well. I guess I'll come over to Templar. Oh, if I'm lucky, I might catch the Soyuz. So to answer the Minotaur question more seriously, there are two pronunciations in British English. I think most people would say Minotaur, but Minotaur is also acceptable to most people, I think. Apparently, if you talk to Greek classical scholar type people, they will say it's either. One that a lot of people get wrong is Daney. Because I used to get that wrong. Daney. Eight spotting a gear. That could be pronounced a number of ways. Thank you very much for the follow. Not Danae or Danae or... No, it's Daney. Boring gameplay, says the camping Bryson. Is the top speed okay? Actually, I didn't look at that. 68. The thing is, torpedo speed is a double-edged sword, right? So, because slow torpedoes get interrupted by bot. Why is my TTS not working? Oh, I might have screwed it up trying to get the... oh no, Amazon has removed another voice. Sorry about that. Blame Jeff. Jeff Bezos has removed yet another voice from Amazon Polly. My bot just tried to use the removed voice, because you have to download the list of voices. Yeah, so torpedo speed is a double-edged sword. Because if you have slow torpedoes, that essentially extends the range of the torpedoes. Oh, here comes the Paolo. Essentially extends the range of the torpedoes. So if people are pushing into you and you have slow torpedoes, that means that you can torp them earlier with them further outside your range and still hit them. So slow torpedoes is not necessarily a negative, it's just different. Because it makes aiming at a specific target at a specific time more difficult, but it makes kiting things more easy. Am I about to get pallowed? Maybe. No, he's going to run away. You've never thought about that. I talk about that all the time. How do you not know that? That is something I try to say regularly. I'm surprised you haven't picked that up. Yeah. Because range is relative. So if two things are moving, if I'm going south and my target is going south, it extends the effective range of my torpedoes. It means that I can hit something that was outside of the range when I started torping it. In the same way, if I'm chasing something and I torp it when it's inside my range, that doesn't mean it's going to be inside the range when the torps get there. So if you're chasing something, your effective torp range is shorter. No, that's true, Black Stuff, actually. Yeah, exactly the same. So if I'm here and I'm chasing something here, and I'm torping towards it, and my torp range is there, he started in here somewhere, he's going to run out of the range before I reach the end of my torpedo range. Yeah, Haaland has 90, say. So that increases your chasing range, but it decreases your kiting range. Alright, well you two can take this from here. I will go through and try and cap B. You show that island, Kano. Boy, did you show that island who's boss. I think I have a command for that, Staboko. Or do I? I certainly highlighted that, but what did I do with it? Have a look in the list of commands under the stream, in the WoW's commands section, because there might be a command for that. Because the answer to that is quite complicated. Yeah. If you look in the list of commands under my stream, in the WoW's commands section, I might have a command that covers that question. Because it's quite a complicated thing. Sometimes you have to pay, and sometimes you don't have to pay. Sometimes you have to retrain, sometimes you don't have to retrain. If there is nothing down there, what probably happened was I probably made the command and then just forgot. Either I made the command and I forgot to put it in that list, or I made the highlight and forgot to make it into a command. Or it got lost in the great Twitch VOD reckoning. Oh, there you go. Got it. Thank you, Black Stuff. You have one. Beautiful. There you go. Taboka, that link that Black Stuff has just put in the chat for you. That's the one. Right, Fletch, do you have that? I think you do. Richard, thank you. How's it going? I have no idea. I'm not really awake. If you want to know why, watch the first 2 hours of the stream. Been a day. Oh no, he's gonna see me coming. I'm gonna rush you, little lemon. Hi, Eloy. Did I get your attention? Mm-hmm. Fleur is flower. I don't know what so Barfleur is a place, I think. What it means, I'm not entirely sure. But yes, Fleur is flower. Yeah. Your Triceratops Brian is just over 80% grown. I'm sorry, you have to explain that statement. Preferably when I can read chat. Ow! Oh, I didn't press the right button. Ow. I didn't mean to. Ow! Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get the carrier though. I fat-fingered because I got shocked by the news of the Triceratops. Come on. Why'd you have a Triceratops? What does that mean? Worth it? Of course it was worth it. When you started playing WoWs, you created a spreadsheet to show the effective range for different torpedo speeds for different speeds of approaching and kiting ships. It's not hard to do. But did you use measured in-game timestamps, or did you use the speeds as published in the UI? Because if you used the speeds as published in the UI, you would not have got the correct answer. Because you can't do that. Because they're not real. They're not related. They're not on the same scale. You would have to actually measure it from point to point with a stopwatch. In like Yamatos per second or something. Rogue Dodger. The Isle. Name is Brian. That's a good name for a Triceratops. It's a shame it's not a Biceratops, because Brian the Biceratops sounds better. You should have called him Tristan. Tristan the Triceratops. Are we winning? Yes. I had an opportunity to rush a carrier, so I'm duty-bound to do so. Then Rock Dodger told us that he's got a Triceratops, so I died. Yeah, sure, but it's a good thing to do. But just you know, don't forget that these numbers that you're seeing on the screen here are not real. Because in this digital environment, there's no such thing as a kilometer. And the scales are not equivalent. Just because something says it does so-and-so knots does not mean that that's how many knots it's actually doing. On that distance scale. Boyfriend's dad's name, so it felt weird. I mean, depends how you feel about the boyfriend's dad, honestly. So is the Isle the one where you play the dinosaur? Is it that game? I remember which one that is. Or is it like Sons of the Forest? And Rust. Is it like a survival game? I can't remember. Oh, it is the dinosaur survival one? Yeah, I saw Danny and Duza playing that. Like, pretty good. In-game raft is about as long as a June cigar thing. You mean the thing floating in the sky? We like this destroyer. This destroyer is cool. The Interstellar Cigar. I know nothing about Dune lore, so as far as I'm concerned, that's exactly what it is. I keep seeing it in the sky on people's streams. That's weird. It's intense, yeah. When I've seen it, it looks intense. Doesn't it have, like, courting rituals? You can go and, like, romance people, can't you? Go and find Brian a girlfriend. You can nest. Uh-huh. Can you romance dinosaurs? Not with that attitude. Brian is pink. I'm now imagining a mincing... Not that that is how all gay dinosaurs would be, but you get my point. I'm now imagining a mincing pink Triceratops. And that's pretty funny in my head. One hand on hip. Yellow pink. Are you a gay Triceratops? Hey Mustafa. Over on YouTube. How you doing? You're a gay Triceratops? Cool. Pink real? I think yes. On the scale of realness of colors, I'm pretty sure pink is fairly real, yes. More real than purple. Where is my ship? Yeah? You're welcome. Orange. Okay, Yamagiri's in there. I'm gonna go out. Bye. Chat, YouTube is a bit weird. No offense to the people who hang out on YouTube, but you're a bit odd. I never thought I would say that, but Twitch is less odd. You're not as odd as Kick, though. Kick's really weird. Kick is a strange and magical place. I'm not, well, odd is relative. There's odd, and then there's odd. The reload on the top is a bit weird. So I've got it at 39. Obviously, that's build dependent. But I got it on 39. But that is 39 sequentially. So to load both launches takes double that. So 80 seconds roughly. So that sound of reloading is only one of my launches. The other one is still loading. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. You just have to bear in mind that you're only loading one launcher at a time. So it's 39-second reload for 5, and then 39-second reload for the other 5. But you can single fire. Every time I look around, Templar's dying.
Hydrate.
Every single time. I'm like, oh, I wonder how Templar's getting on. I've got to stop doing that because I think it causes him to take damage. Every time I think, oh, how's he doing? I look around and he's dead. Let's go and teabag his hull. No, that's what I thought, because the dev blog implies that that's the case. So I thought they were singles, single reloading, but they're not. It's 5 then 5. You did ask if I wanted a replacement bin, that's true. Oh my god, I keep missing everything.
What?
Can we? Hi. Can we get... Okay, people keep dying. That's bad. 3 screens. Welcome to the 3 screen club. Rock Dodger, do you know what 3 screens leads to? Do you know? Four screens. As soon as you enter the world of using those like vertical metal poles, you've lost control. As soon as you get one of those desk clamp metal poles that can attach, you know, like arms on it, and you can have like 3 in a row, and then 3 more above that, and then 3 more above that, you've lost control then at that point. Yeah. We are losing. Uh, 16.5. Boop. $16.6. Alright, we've turned this around a little bit, maybe. I can cap now. Yeah, I have one of those vertical metal poles that you put like these arms on, and then you attach the VESA monitor mount to that instead of having the monitor on a mount of its own. Amazing. Love it. You want your desk, if you have a multiple monitor setup, you know, even not as a streamer, just as a gamer, if you, or at work, if you have a multiple monitor setup and you want to have more desk space and make it look just sort of cleaner and tidier, highly recommend them. They're very good. Because you can also attach other things to them, like lights, Christmas decoration. Have a slopey roof above your desk. Without an expensive modification, but you can get wall mounts for your VESA mounts, right? Lemon Kid. So you could mount a monitor on the slopey roof directly, pointing downwards. Have I got a link to one? I could get you one. I'd have to go and find from years ago when I bought it, like the Amazon listing. But I think the make is Duronics. Yeah, no, remind me at the end of the match. I can probably do that. But it's a whole like you know, single manufacturer ecosystem in terms of the poles of different types, and then you've got different arm attachments that you can get to add things on. because there are single arms, double arms, triple arms, arms for different things like photography, lighting, all sorts of stuff. I mentioned Christmas in August. You have to poke my left breasticle with a sharp pointy stick. That is fair. I consider myself pointy sticked. Fine. I have committed a Christmas crime. Right, Orange. Hopefully someone behind me will shoot you at some point. That'd be nice. Fancy. It's really weird being in a British destroyer that's got 5.6. You got one of those, what a pointy stick. Pointy sticks are useful. I am a little bit scared of this Barbiano. It looks like he's going that way. Excuse me, what did I just... What? Did I press space? My brain is not working today at all. You had to take a pic of the setup while your desk is tidy? Probably a good plan. Because otherwise, in a couple of weeks' time, someone's going to be like, oh, let me see your new setup. You're like, ah, shit, need to clean. Well, I have not been successful with torpedoes. Holy crap. One hit out of like 200 billion torpedoes launched. But I am spotting. Problem is, the ET's going wow, 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 wow. Are you going to do something predictable for once? I'm not sure what these people are shooting, because it's not anything I'm looking at. It was a kill, yeah. It was something that was going to die anyway, but we won't mention that. He's fucking stopped. What is the detection on these, I wonder? Probably going to be like 1.4-ish. Right, I'm going to put Torps behind him and he's going to accelerate. Guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. He's going to stop and go forwards. Yep, there he goes. Fuck's sake. Is it 1.3? Mm. So I am spotting the Sun Yat-sen, the Montana, and the Prince Van Orange. In the last 5 minutes, I've done 5,000, 6,000 spotting damage. So I don't know what the team is shooting. It's not these. Okay, are you going to do a U-turn now and do something predictable? Okay, I'm going to catch you in this turn, but you're going to push straight towards me for some reason I don't understand. Yep. Why? The single... I could have done, actually, I could have put single launcher on either side and then 3 in the middle, because you can do that. Because you can go to single, go 1, 2, and then 3 in the middle. He's gonna cancel that turn. I believe he's gonna cancel that turn. Yep, there he goes. And then he's going to uncancel the cancelling. F you, Sun Yat-sen. You are really annoying. Did you know that? You are very, very annoying. Oh my god, and I didn't kill you because of saturation. This is one of the most annoying battleship players I have ever had to try and torp. Thank you. Now I get pinged for being out of position. Despite the fact the whole point of me coming down here was to get that ship killed quickly by everyone shooting it. In the time it's taken them to do that, they've all died. Still technically winning. "55 seconds. We can win on one cap as long as everyone doesn't die." The Colombo might die. Hopefully a 91,000 health Louisiana won't die. There's no technically. Oh no, there is a technically, please believe me. It is physically possible for us to lose this. If I die, the Louisiana dies. It's possible. That Louisiana turns broadside to that Montana in Oregon, and I run into the under the Udaloy. Is absolutely possible. That's exactly what I'm doing, Hooper. Oh, do those torps have time? Might do. Dead. Fast. He's too fast. "12 seconds. Well, that was kind of frustrating. Jam in a tank. How many torps did I actually launch? I launched 90 torps. I'm going to give a +1 to that. What was it? The Sun Yat-sen. They were being really annoying. You're a destroyer, and you're trying to torp a battleship, and you can't do it because they keep making random moves. So annoying. Yes, I'll get a Fina. If I can find it. That was a long time ago. To the Amazon order history thing. Search all orders. Onyx?
Hello.
Monitor. I have found it. So I just have one monitor on this arm, but it could easily support more than that. So that is the Amazon UK website. So that has the pole. So I have the 1 meter pole. And if you look on the Duronics website, you can probably get some different heights, I'm guessing. And then I also have that arm, which is a single mount arm. So but you can also get double mount arms and triple mount arms. But you need to make sure, if you're going to order one of these poles, you need to make sure that you've got a VESA mount monitor. Because you don't want to be the person who gets the pole and the arms, installs the pole and the arms, and then goes to fit the monitor to the arms and then realizes that you can't do it. So before you do anything else, check the back of your monitor and check that it has a VESA mount. It looks like 4 holes, 4 screw holes. There's a few different dimensions, but they're all standardized, and most of the mounts will suit all the different sizes. But on some monitors, it can be behind the stand. So on some monitors, it's just straight on the back. On some monitors, you actually have to unscrew or clip off the mount before you can see the VESA mounting points. Yeah, don't use a drill. That's not a good plan. It's it's similar to your big pole, Rock Dodger. Is it really? Mm-hmm. Alright. I like this ship. Let's carry on. Let's see if Templar can find a ship he doesn't immediately die in. A Tianjin. Alright. I'll try not to look at your health ball. Luke Capone, hello. 4 times the weight of the ship, yeah, probably. I wonder how the torp reload compares to something like Benham. Hang on, so you can work it out. So Benham is 1 launcher approximately every 15 seconds, so it's half. It's half a Benham. Benham can't fire. But Benham's 4s. This is 5s. Per torpedo. Damage is about the same. Alright, so Dunstan Jaeger, Neptune, which knowing my luck will be a radar Neptune, which knowing my recent luck will work in perfect unison with the Johnston. A lot of random radar Neptunes and radar Edinburghs and stuff working with random non-division destroyers recently. Surprise teamwork. I like this blue. Very cool. Ew, top tier. Brandenburg. Now we wait and hope it's not the Jaeger. What is Johnston's detection? 5.8. That is not as good as us, but it's pretty close. Good night, Lemon Curd. It's the Johnston. Well, at least I outspot it. Let's pop that before I have to do some dodging. 330? Where are you that it's 330? That Pacific. No, can't be. Yeah, it's further than the Pacific, right? Alaska, very nice. I think that Brandenburg's going to foul its nose on that island there because he just kind of turned in as he went unspotted, so I don't think he's going to come around. Templar still has all his health, pretty much. However, 2 of my colleagues just died, which is bad. We're going to back off. Lost to Brandenburg. At least the Talon died. It's Johnston in the cap. I'm going to go to B, probably. Not toping at anything in particular, we'll just tope the place where all the people are being and we'll just see if we hit them. Big top. Hey. Such fast reload, it's still considerably slower than Venom. Hello, Heart of Shells. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We are playing Barfleur. Upcoming Tier 9 Premium British Torpedo Destroyer. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good session. If anyone has any questions about this ship, please do ask. If I'm not busy, I will answer. You're near to 1,000 followers. There you go. Everyone, please go over and help Heart of Shells get to 1,000 followers. Because that is a big milestone. Congratulations. The link is in the chat. I think with a shout out now, you can even follow without actually going to the channel. I think it gives you a follow button just in the UI. Cool. Why are they all chasing me? Premium, yeah, so the usual model now applies. So this is available for doubloons, with some extra stuff in an Admiral pack. It's available for cash, or it is available in crates. That is the standard ship release model now for premium ships. They will only be available for a short amount of time. That is now the standard, pretty much, it seems, release model. If anyone wants to know the numbers, I can tell you the numbers. Safe, just, you know, it's a lot. These aren't cheap. Help! H.E. Druid. No, this is not H.E. Druid. This is essentially sort of like British Shima. Sort of. Kind of. British Yugumo? British torp-eating Yugumo? I am so dead. I am so incredibly dead. I'm not dead. Yeah, but it's got sequential reloaders. So it's 39 seconds per launcher, not 39 seconds in total. Both would be 80. Britishma, exactly. Yeah. I have 105 spotting damage. Templar is still mostly alive. That Brandenburg at the back. Where is everybody? Battles this way. Yeah, actively tending to kite. To be fair, they might not know where everything is, but... I think it's pretty obvious. Player skill base drops significantly? I would say no. Just as bad as it has always been. So I think there was a time when the percentage bonuses started to really go up. And back in the Leicester days, just at the end of the Leicester days, when the amount of bonuses and stuff started to really get thrown at players, where a player's ability to get up to the top tiers massively increased. And because when I started playing the game, the grind to tier 10 was very, very long. And that now is a lot shorter, but that hasn't changed for several years. So in the past 4 or 5 years, no, it's the same. It's the same. 11.6, yeah, sounds about right. This thing is not for the guns. Oh, did I catch you with torps, Rochester? Did I? Yes, I did. Surprise! Good afternoon. I can't remember what that was now. Ian/Lan/Lanel. How you doing? /1AN31. Has 10 plus health, I think it's pretty good actually. More than half, which is good. And L, thank you. Oh yeah, Superman, I remember. I have a small brain and there's a lot of you. My memory is full. I need more memory. I have an upgrade. Is it broken OP tier 9? No, I wouldn't say so. I think this is fairly well balanced. When you consider that this has, probably, I haven't worked it out exactly, but the torp reload, like the per torp reload, is something like only 60% of Venom. So you get a tiny little bit of extra concealment, but considerably less torp DPM. So, no, I wouldn't say so. Templar survived. I'm enjoying this. Let's do it again. I was considering playing one of the other ones, but yeah. We'll do that on Friday. So Venom works out at about one quadruple launcher per 15 seconds. This is one Quinn launcher per 39 seconds. So it's approximately half, but you get one extra torp per thing. Venom is perfectly balanced for the grind. That's true. Commensurately strong for the effort required to get it. Can we not have this map? Alright, so he is in Musashi. Changmu. Can't get torped by that. That's good. What's the bet? I get torped by the incomparable. Submarine's going to be on A. Question is, with no carrier in the game and no radar, although maybe the Chungmu, will I be nothing here and I can just drive straight through the cap? That would be cool. Brisbane has... Actually, stats. Brisbane has radar. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. There's potentially 2 radars on the enemy team. If I get killed by this radar now, he's never going to let me live it down. Is he going to let me cap? What? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you let me cap? The chat. So there's a thing I'm considering doing. I am very against people using AI voiceover services to do impressions of like celebrities, for example. I don't think it's okay for someone to have a voice that sounds like a famous person without their permission. And a lot of the mainstream text-to-speech services do that, in my opinion, illegally. However, there are services where you can take a voice that you give to the service. I just hit the Brisbane. And you can get it to make a voice. So I am considering... You know how at the moment your voice is Amy? The TTS voice, Amy. I am considering making a TTS voice, which is me doing my TTS... me doing my chat impression. Oh, stats! That voice. Just feed a TTS service with me doing that and make a TTS stats does chat voice that can then be literally your voice when you use TTS. So all of your TTS messages, all of your sub alerts will all be that. I think that might be quite funny. Because there's another streamer that I watch who streams about streaming. And his voice that he uses for chat is Marge Simpson. So he does an impression of Marge. And he's done exactly that. He's used TTS Monster, I think, to create a voice of him doing the Marge voice. So it's his impression of Marge. And he's made that into a TTS service. And so whenever his chat redeem anything that has TTS, comes out as his impression of Marge. Oh, look! If you sit broadside across the smoke screen, you get torped. Who knew? I would do it with Captain Hindsight, but no one ever uses Captain Hindsight, so there's not much point. Captain Hindsight is sitting in the cupboard gathering dust. I have to try and find a way of making him more in the foreground. You guys still arguing about time zones? It's not that important. Yeah, exactly, Mark. I don't think that that's okay. Unless Jeremy Clarkson has specifically given his permission for that to happen, and hopefully has been commensurated. I don't think that's okay. Some interesting IP news this weekend, because Denmark has just signed a bill to give all of its citizens copyright over their image and their voice. So it is now illegal in Denmark to make a likeness of someone without their permission. Which is very good. Bye! Oh, that didn't kill you? Dang it. Ah, shit, he's not using. Let me guess, the Turpitz who's doing all the backseating is the one who died here. Uh-huh. Yeah, they can prohibit. The more countries that introduce that, that's not an excuse. The more countries that introduce that law, the better. We need to get ahead of AI. We need the laws to come in before AI becomes a problem, not afterwards. And so, the countries that are getting ahead of the curve, fantastic. Guess which shell could have given stats 170 spotting damage? Yeah. Okay. 360 turrets, if anyone cares. No. No. Help! Wasabi, help! Wasabi, help! Help! Please don't turn on your hydro. Oh no, he's just gonna taunt me. Okay. Okie doke. Help! Oh, the torp angles suck for this. Oh yeah, please turn back into my smoke. That gives me more time. Thank you very much. Help! Oh! Oh no. Running directly away, the torp angles on the British destroyers suck donkey balls. Wow, this mouthy overextending Tirpitz needs to shut up. They just charged across the cap and died. They did nothing else. Help! Yeah, it's just because of the hull. The hull has these torp angles, so that's the torp angles it has. Thank you for the follows. Nah, that's not good. Ow. Get him. Oh god, the submarine's right here. Heck.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Exactly. Sub's here. Okay, he's gonna have to turn, either take my torps or turn broadside to a Musashi. But the sub is between me and the incomp. And I forgot I don't have both launches right now. You think those are incomp torps? No, they could be, yeah. No, you're right. They just look like sub-torps. You might be correct. Thank you for the follows. Well, at least he's used that side torps. Apparently he hadn't used that side torps. Not all of them anyway. Oh, you appear to be on fire. Okay. If only we had some caps. Funny, because I distinctly remember capping this one. Gonna die. This is not the fastest destroyer in the world. Gunboat! Yeah, capture B. That's going to help. How about we just attempt to kill a submarine in 18 seconds so we feel better about ourselves? How about that? Yay! Stupid frickin' Tirpitz player, seriously. I charged immediately across the cap as a bottom tier battleship, died at the other edge of the cap, which I'm surprised they actually reached, right at the beginning of the match, and then spent the entirety of the rest of the match complaining. Don't be that person. Not good. Do it again. I like this ship. I like this ship, which means that it's gonna go terribly when I get my own one next week. Oh, like next patch. It's gonna go absolutely horrendously. This always happens. Whenever there's a new ship that comes along and I'm like, oh, I get it in you know, pre-access. Show you. I'm like, oh, I really like this. It's really cool. And then I get my own one. And it goes really badly. Bye, yeah, guys. Why? Because they feel like they've been wronged by the team. Because that kind of player is the same kind of player who, if you're playing a first-person shooter, Call of Duty or whatever, and you stand still at any point during the match, they will call you a camping cheater. If you stop to check the situation, check doors and corners, make sure you don't walk into a crossfire, they are the kind of players who always run forwards, always bunny hopping, and if you do anything other than that, you are cheating. And when that translates to World of Warships, it doesn't matter what ship they're playing, they just charge straight at the enemy and expect everyone else to do the same. And if you don't do that, they accuse you of not supporting. And so then, once they die first, which they inevitably do, they then spend the rest of the time complaining that the team didn't go with them. Seen that thousands and thousands and thousands of times. Oh, I see how it is. Okay. All right. Shinano. Let's go and torp everything. You torp the random stuff which is out in the middle of the open. I'll single line conga torp the stuff that camps behind the island. And we shall be victorious. Doors and corners is how you get you. Exactly. I remember I used to play a lot of Call of Duty and Ghost Recon. And I just remember this one guy. And this was, what, like 20 years ago? I remember this one guy. I was being fairly active in that match. I was like, we're just running around and like doing, you know, first person shooter things. And I literally, they were on the enemy team. I literally paused because I heard someone coming down the corridor and it was them. I literally paused at a doorway to let them run past, shot them as they run past. Oh my god. The cheating I got accused of. Because apparently stopping is cheating. Because if you stop, you can see someone coming and you can shoot them. So that's cheating. Everyone should run everywhere all the time so that everyone has the same chance at shooting each other. What kind of logic is that? Let's torp Templar. Oh no. Sorry. Sorry. Oops. Did I just hit him with 8 torps? 7 torps. So that, yeah. If I do that 33 more times. I get 33 more torps on him. That's it, I'm pink. I'm not sure if the Shinano is kind of vaguely looking or whether he's trying to attack the very same. Cyber knife, thank you very much. Alright then. I guess we'll go and get the Kremlin. I haven't done anything yet. No, that's not true actually. I've landed 8 torpedoes. I have launched 15 torpedoes and I have landed 8 of them. I think that Kremlin's just had a bit of an oh shit moment. We're coming. Thanks for that. Make it a goal to go pink. No, that was very impressive actually. That was perfect. They were right in the middle. En pleureur, as the French captain says. Stop. Come back. I hate having to turn this far to launch torps. Fly, my very slow pretties. He's now going to go wee. My torps are going to go wee. Imagine being this Vermont. Being chased by a Benham and a Barfleur. Just the sheer inevitability of it. Michael Keegan. Well, this is going to be a bit of a nothing match for me. Probably. Although there is a Shinano and a Kearsarge up the back. And if Templar goes to camp, he's not going to steal all my kills. We've stomped their ruffle? Yeah, we kind of have. It can still go wrong, potentially. He's flying over Templar, but he might spot me. Shinano's coming as well. Nope, Shinano's just focused on Varese. Focused. I went a bit London. London. Focused. Oh, Shinano. I wonder if you will move. Shall we put all of our eggs in one glorious basket? Let's do it. Ah, oh, feck. I'm glad they moved just before I clicked, though. Because that would have been sad. If I had gone 10 torps, like click, 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 all down the line, and then they'd moved off, like, oh man. Come on. That was so close. Alright, we'll be doing you two. Remember when being spotted cost you 1 captain point? No, I don't remember that. I don't know if it was in the game when I very first started, but I'm pretty sure I started just after that change. I know that that was a thing, but I don't remember it. Hello. Is this new? It is new. It is earlier than new. It is pre-new. Nascent. Is soon to be. An embryonic. Fetal even. Mr. Wows? I don't know. Why didn't you go and ask him? It's got the new NDA smell. I like that. Oh, beep on the boot. Beep on the boot. No. No, beep on the boot. So what have you, so Mob, what have you, oh no, was it you or Boo? I can't remember who it was. Oh, maybe it was Boo. No, I think it was Boo. Never mind, ignore me, ignore me, ignore me. Ignore me. Well, I pushed a lot. I got 141,000 spotting damage. Didn't do very much. Vauxhall sent you to the French Riviera. GG's. Kind of surprised with 141,000 spotting damage as a bottom tier destroyer. I'm kind of surprised I only got 1,200. Again. This time I'm not going to follow you because then you get all the top kills. Technically you own a house in the French Riviera. How can you technically own a house? And can I have it? A, how do you technically own it? And B, can I have it? Does it have good internet? An evil sibling stole it and French law is an ass. Oh no, that sounds awful. I'm sorry about that. So what you're saying is you need a really good eviction team. You're going to be nice for the next 10 days? Nice. You've been showing the clip of you showing Faye to the care home ladies? Nice. Nice. Seawolf, thank you. What's in the queue? Pommening time? It's pommening time. Right. I'm gonna go down to the corner. Why do people... Wait. Deeple? Because people quite often misspell my name with a C in it. Deeple is actually translating that into StatsBloke. That's interesting. From NB. What is NB? What language is NB? Huh? Language that is? I know it's my name. I'm just wondering what the language is it's translating from. New Brunswickian could be. Neue British. What is that? Latin. Aussie? Oh, could it be Norwegian Bokmål? Yeah, it could be. Norska Bokmål, I guess. Bokmål, I guess. Could be. DeepL doesn't use like standard codes though. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to work out what it is translating from.
Zyflame used their Prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Zyflame. Enjoy your complimentary rocket.
Zyflame, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. That's like our 4th or 5th brand new Prime sub today. Thank you so much. If you have Amazon Prime, or someone you know, like an elderly relative, has Amazon Prime for their Amazon deliveries, and you link that to your Twitch account, you can get a free Prime sub that you can use every month on the streamer of your choice. You can change it to a different channel every month, and it gets you the equivalent of a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Problem I'm going to have down here is there's a Jaeger, and there's also an Alliance. I'm hoping the Alliance will stay kind of around the cap. Stalingrad seems to be staying back, which is... What have I got in terms of SW? 5,000 is pretty good.
2143 used their Prime sub here for the first time ever. A very warm welcome to Agraman 2143. Enjoy
That's
your
very
complimentary
kind.
rocket.
Thank you very much for
Mine are
your...
non-resubbed for 52 months total at tier
Yeah.
1. Hype train started.
Thank you very much for the other brand new Prime sub, Agraman, and also thank you Mininon for the 52 months. That is very kind of all three of you. Thank you so much. I have no idea where the sub is, so I'm gonna drop some shit down here. Oh, it's over there. I think we're about to... Yeah, so
Level 1
it's...
completed. Nathia gifted 5 tier 1 subs to chat.
Nah, denial subs attack. Nathia, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. That is very, very kind of you. Roof Valk, Maniacal Maniac. Sorry, I'm in a very dangerous situation right now. It's hard for me to read. Maniacal Maniac, Peta for Food, JSW, and the Canada Ball. Thank you very much. That is very, very kind of you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Yeah, people don't... a lot of people have Amazon Prime because they use Amazon Prime, but they don't, and they're Twitch watchers, but they don't realize as part of Amazon Prime, because Amazon don't really advertise this very much, part of the Amazon Prime subscription, you get a free Prime sub that you can use. So if you use Amazon Prime, just link the two together, link your Amazon Prime and your Twitch account together, and you'll get a free sub.
Ooh, oh yeah, I'm over here. Hello, it's all the way up the corner, yeah. What back up? I'm over here. Yeah. Whew. Oh.
Yeah. I'm in the middle of a gunfight. I need my frames right now. You won't be able to do this to me soon.
Shiba's Ophir gave 100 bits.
Enjoy it while you can.
Level 3 completed.
Enjoy it while you can.
Gifted 5 tier 1 subs to chat.
As I'm deploying anti-frame rate denial of service prevention measures soon. Thank you very much, Semper, for the 5 subs. They've gone to Dave, CD, and Finch, Sipov, Chipos, Vipos, Nurse, Rob, and Viper Socks. Thank you so much. Gunboat, do 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 do, gunboat, do 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 do, gunboat, 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 gunboat. Wamp, wamp. No. Can we get to that sub without getting regoned? Maybe. Nope, because he's there. Okay. He's there, and there is nothing that we can do about it. Oh, he's coming up. He's going to spot me. That's bad. Nice. Wish I could turn my smoke off. No, don't die. Right, Jaeger's in front of my face. Stalingrad does not want to know. The Stalingrad is just like, nope. I am not interested. Gasonga, thank you very much. Madmech, thank you very much. There it is. Hello. I'm gonna be a distraction. And chase. What I don't know exactly is where the Jaeger... Oh, the Jaeger's dead. Okay, cool. Like that Fletcher. That was a good kill. Death by 2,000, I think it's a bit optimistic. I have 4 barrels of mediocrity. A gunboat, this is not. No, level 5? That's actually technically not a level 4, that's actually a level 3. The way that Twitch displays that is kind of awkward. So what it's saying is that it's like halfway to level 4. Thank you very much for the level 3.
Hype train over. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the gift subs. Very kind of both of you. Thank you very much for the prime subs. Thank you very much to Men Anon. This... Okay, Tulsa's gonna reverse. The Stalingrad just wants nothing to do with anyone. Spent the entire match just running away. He knows he's got a destroyer behind him, but so he's moving away from me potentially right now, which is sensible. But before, he knew there was 2 destroyers down at A, and just left. Completely left. Oh god, I think we might lose this. I'm gonna turn in. Finally. I'm hoping he might go to to B or something so I could get a torp on him and then get to the cap. Okay, please stop to shoot me and then take all my torps. Yep, just gonna keep going now. Alright, now I've driven you away, we're gonna go away again. The feeling when you want to shoot all your barrels but Wargaming only shoots half of them, or like... My favorite one is if you have 4 turrets, like 2 and 2. So 1, 2... Ship, 3, 4. It is physically impossible for the player to shoot turrets A, B, and Y as one double click and then shoot the other one unless the rotation is, you know, out of whack. But let's assume everything's pointing in the same direction. My favorite bug is when you double click and it only fires 3 of the turrets. And then you zoom out and then it fires the other one. How is that physically possible? Leopard, thank you very much for the follow. The Stalingrad is coming towards the battle. I seem to be getting 1 torpedo hit in every single one of these games. Is this one of those players that runs away for the entire match until they realize they're losing and then just goes in? Come on, push. Go on. Oh no, don't stop. Oh no, I'm radared. So beware of blaming the game for some situations like that, Remis. Because what it can be, potentially, is that your turrets are rotating and that the ship is turning. And that there is a... so it is partially the fault of the game. So what can happen is the reticle goes green when the, when the gun is pointing in the direction that you're aiming. The problem is that that reticle can go green even when the gun is not quite aligned and can't shoot. And so what you see is your guns are in the compass rows are yellow because they can't shoot because they're just out of alignment, but the reticle stays green. That is a thing that can happen. And so what can happen is you're like, oh, I can shoot my guns, and you double click, and of course some of your guns aren't aligned. And because, of course, don't forget that also another problem, which is just a design problem, the reticle will be green if your, say, front guns can shoot, but your back guns can't shoot. And so you'll feel like they can all shoot, but actually they can't because the back ones aren't aligned, because they're blocked by the ship. And this is why ships that have 360-degree turrets can be kind of annoying, because you feel like you can always shoot, but of course you can't, because the reticle doesn't split the little aiming circles, and so you can't tell without looking at the compass rows. So just bear in mind it might not be the click response bug problem. It might actually just be that your guns can't shoot. You were the Napoli on the flank. I just drove forwards. Every single one of these past games has just been, I've just driven forwards. It's been a bit boring, frankly. GG's. Problem with playing a torpboat is if everything just runs away from you, which they have done in the past few games, it's not that interesting. You need things to either stay still or come at you. What was the new argument? There isn't one. You're thinking of the server region. Chat. I'm aware there's a lot of you here right now because it's Bo's night off. Feel free to drop me a follow. It is free. It's a good way to support Twitch channels. I would very much appreciate it if you would drop me a follow. I would be eternally thankful. I also have a YouTube channel. I'm currently live on YouTube, but I also occasionally post videos over there. I'm going to have a guide coming up in the next few days, hopefully, to the Research Bureau. I have an old one. Oh, shit, it's mine. I have an old guide to the Research Bureau, but it's a bit out of date now, so I'm remaking it. It's going to come out soon. Nitrogast, hello. Torp reload is scary. It is, but it's not. Like, I've been comparing it to Benham, because Benham is like the gold standard of overpowered torp boat, and it's nowhere near as scary as a Benham. It's basically, it's almost like half a Benham, basically. Like, it's like a Benham that never turns left. Arms race. Cheers, Remis. Have a good night.
Meu patron ambassador Peke.
Was extremely Russian. Yeah, you kind of are, unfortunately, Nitrogas, because we're about to have the anniversary update. So in 4 weeks' time, the anniversary update hits, and there is a lot of stuff in that. Because it's the game's 10th anniversary. So unfortunately, yes.
Grizzolato resubbed for 2 months total at tier 1.
Thank you very much, Brizzolato, for the 2nd month. Thank you so much. The 2nd month is the best of all months. Thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate you. Conde Napolitano. Hello, how you doing? I will get the heal buff. Yamagiri Daring with Ruprecht. So Daring's going to be mid. Yamagiri Schultz. Sonus. Hello. That's Moskva. He's going to get into radar range before I get to do this. We're just going to wait on the very cusp. Different time shifts, I understand. Thank you for coming in when you can. And don't forget you can watch VODs, so all my VODs are both on Twitch and on YouTube. So you can always catch up with the VODs. It's almost like live, it's just that you can't talk to me. But you could pretend. What I should do is every now and again, I should say chat. For the VOD, in a second, I'm going to ask how you are. Oh, no, in a second, you're going to ask me how you are. And I'm going to answer, so that the people who are watching the VOD can ask me how I am, and then I answer it. So they feel like they're participating. What is this? Not the Daring. Is this the Schultz? In which case, it is large and undodgy.
Good day.
Again. What a fine non-specific day it is. Yes, exactly. Hope you are enjoying this day. May the day that comes after this day be a good one for you. Hi. Aw, soccer is stupid. You're gonna shoot me, aren't you? Yep. Stay right there and keep shooting me. But I know this weather, it's just weather, you know? It's very weathery. Don't you think? That weather we had yesterday. So much weather. Being all weathery. Alright. Schultz dead. Let's go to the middle because this is arms race. That's how we win. Ruprecht's gonna go like that. Brise is reversing, the Ruprecht is running away. Grizzland, if you get torped in your smoke screen with your Hydra running, are you dodging that one? Because it looks like you undodged that one. Okay, good. Good time zone. I like happy time zone. I think that's pretty good. Whether the weather be fine. Right, I'm assuming this daring is hanging around this reload buff. But he's not in it. Oh, Catsonis is going to get it. Catsonis is getting Losandidities, though. Increased damage. 2120. Nice. I don't know where this Nope, never mind. Cancel that. We know where the daring is. Let's get this buff. Catsonis is going to get his radar back, but it's such a short radar. You're not going to raid on me? Really? He's just done a big circle. That's annoying. I thought he was going to see that this had been capped and then just charge at me with his radar, but he didn't. What is this buff? Heal. You get a heal. We get a heal. You didn't get a heal. Okay. How's that heal buff? How is that heal buff working out for you? Are you enjoying that heal buff? Don't appear to have a heal buff. Fabios, hello. Can I get this other one? That'd be cool. We are gonna be aggressive because I can be. I have twins. No, F off, Raisland is mine. Go away. No, he's gonna get it first. Dang it. We've got a full heal. Hey. Got 3 torps in that match. Yeah, in the current meta, you're going to spend most of your time doing spotting, but spotting is a very effective way to win matches, but a lot of the time stuff's just going to run away from you. I think you need to kind of stay mid until you see which way the map is rotating. Because ideally in a torp boat like this, you'd want to end up not on the flank where the enemy is kiting. You need to be pushed. because of the torp angles on this being so British. They're, you know, mostly sideways. Ideally, you want to be like running alongside something. You want to be trying to get out around, torping across the things that are on islands. So, so you don't have to keep turning to torp things. Especially as your reload is so short. Right, chat. There are a lot of you here right now. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. I know that you are currently orphans because you don't have any other channels to watch. But I appreciate you being here. Just a quick recap while I have the information in front of me. We have looked at a few different new ships today. I didn't do all of them, but I do have the information for them. So, Admiral Latique, which is going to be a steel ship in the next update, this week. That's going to be 31,000 steel, French cruiser. Laffy, which is the dockyard ship, which we played a bit earlier, which is sort of halfway between the two American Tier 10 destroyers. That one is going to be the dockyard end goal. You can get 18 stages of the 20 for free, so don't forget you can get the starter packs at the beginning. Barfleur, which we've just been playing, is a premium, part of the End of World War II event, and it's available in bundles, which include a bunch of stuff, including a new destruction effect and some other stuff. That's going to be in the armory for 45,306 doubloons. That is very specific. Or $180 US from the premium shop, or potentially in crates in World War II containers. Then you've got Archangels, which I didn't play. That one is also a premium. It's a Tier 7 battleship. And that one is the same, so it's available in a bundle for doubloons, 19,360. It's available for 77 USD in the premium shop, as well as in the containers. And then finally, Royal Sovereign, which we played earlier as well. That one is a British battleship, and is also Tier 7, and that one is available in the armory for 19,344 doubloons again, 77 USD again. As well as in the containers. So the containers contain all three of those ships, so Barfleur, Ark, and Royal Sovereign. Do I think the Dockyard Destroyer is going to be worth it? So Dockyard ships, historically, tend to be quite well balanced. There's a few exceptions, but generally speaking, I think Wargaming put a lot more focus on balancing those particular ships. And so they tend to come out pretty straight down the middle. So I think performance-wise, it's going to be fairly well average. It's going to be well balanced. So the question is going to be whether you find it interesting. If you want to see me playing it, I played it earlier in the day. So if you go back to the beginning of the stream, I played 3 games in it. So Laffy is sort of halfway between gearing, so it has gearing-like guns and ballistics, same ammo. But it has some features from the new branch, so it has on-off smoke. But it also has a Spanish cruiser-style reload burst, so a triple burst, and so it's a little bit of a mixture of the two, with that reload booster as or reload burst as an option as well, and that makes it kind of interesting. My impression from only 3 games was it seems fine in terms of performance. So the question is, like, what flavor do you like in your destroyer? Because there's so many destroyers to choose from now in the game. What kind of playstyle do you like? What features do you like your destroyers to have? And if that's the right mix of stuff for you, then yeah, it's an interesting ship. Certainly the performance is going to be at least average. So do I recommend it? Yeah, if you like destroyers and you like kind of the mechanic of the stop-start smoke in the new branch, then yeah. If you don't like that, no. Why do you feel like I'm ending the stream? Because I am. Because it's my normal stop time. Now, because it's Bo's night off, and there's a lot of people here right now, normally I would say, oh, let's go on for another hour. However, you would have heard if you were here at the beginning of the stream why I haven't slept for the last 36 hours. So I am extremely tired. So while I would love to carry on right now, I can't. I physically can't. I need to go to bed. So we are going to stop there, sadly. But we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. Question is, where are we going? We could raid Max. I think we're going to raid Max. Playing Hobbits. Nicholas, go and watch the beginning of the stream, because there's an hour and a half of me talking about it. I will slap to you too.
Good day.
Thank you very much. Enjoy Gassy Mexican. Gassy Mexican is a streamer that I really like and watch quite a lot. He's cool.
Hasta la vista.
He's currently playing a game called Tales of the Shire, which is a cozy, like, Hobbit RP kind of game. An Animal Crossing kind of thing. So, please do go and drop Gassy a follow if you don't know who he is. And I'll be back tomorrow with something. I literally have no idea what we're going to do tomorrow. I have no clue. It'll be a surprise. Thank you very much for hanging out. It's been fun. I'll see you again soon. Bye!
Eject. Patron 1000 egg.